So Kim, you're looking from an email from a Ryan Perry, P-A-R-R-Y, I think. It looked like he got the short straw of collecting all the data for the group.
For the cohort?
Yeah.
I didn't do a group one.
I didn't either.
I went rogue. I did my own.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's no surprise.
We didn't have a choice. We had to do our own. Didn't have that.
But you know, I answered these questions. I think.
Okay, I'll remind him that I think those are the ones you're supposed to ask. I'll remind him.
Are those he sent some written ones, and then those are the questions he asked in the interview.
Did you get because I got a link to go online and these are the same questions I responded to.
Yeah, but I think because he wants you to elaborate more, and then also he's able to ask you questions about your answer.
Okay, sounds good, thanks.
I'm sure that's no surprise.
We didn't have a choice. We had to do our own.
But you know, I answered these questions.
Oh, Andy.
I'll remind him that I think those are the ones to ask. I'll remind him.
Are those he sent some written ones, and then those are the questions he asked in the interview.
Did you get because I got a link to go online and these are the same questions I responded to.
Yeah, I think because he wants you to elaborate more, and then also he's able to ask you
You want
questions.
to hear this?
Like Groundhog Day.
Okay. Yeah.
Deja vu.
Okay.
Okay, do we have everybody?
I don't see Mike.
Yeah, Mike's there. Hi,
Okay.
Mike. And Nicole is not going to have video tonight. She's having a problem with her camera, but she's here.
Okay.
So Andy, are we good to go?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'll call to order the meeting of Temple City Unified School District Board of Education for Wednesday, June 24th, 2020. Our roll call, Member Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Member Espinosa,
Here.
Member Lynn,
Here.
I'm here, and Member Nolenberg,
Yes, I'm here.
and Student Board Member Lee.
Here.
Okay, everyone is here. Do we have any public comment on closed session agenda items? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item.
We
Okay,
have one, I believe I just sent you, but I think it's just on open session.
okay. Let me double check and make sure we're not passing anybody up. Oh, okay, it's about the facilities master plan. Okay, great. We'll wait for that one then. Moving on to item 4, which is closed session, and the item to be discussed in closed session tonight is a personnel matters, government code 54957, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, or release. Can I get a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So
I'll make
moved.
that.
A motion by member Smith, second
second
by,
it. I'll second it.
okay, second by member Nolenberg. We'll do a roll call vote. Member Smith,
Yes.
member Espinosa,
Yes.
member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes, member Nolenberg.
Yes.
Okay, so we are adjourned at 6:03 PM.
Okay.
Okay, now we gotta.
Okay,
What do I do? Hit this or this to move it closer?
Andy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hang on, Kim. Andy, okay. Okay, no problem. Melissa and Kim are having trouble, so they're gonna log back into the regular meeting and then have you pull them into.
Okay, yeah, because I never saw Melissa. So was she just a phone or?
It said Alexa as the user.
Oh, okay.
That was Melissa. So Melissa and Kim should be logging back into our meeting and then you could pull them into closed.
I certainly will.
No
Okay,
problem, Andy. Thanks.
yeah, let me add them both and then I will add them. Okay,
There's Kim. You may need to pull Monica too, Andy. I'm not sure.
okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Kim, you should be able to go in there. You can join the closed session now. You should have a prompt. There we go. Okay, so it looks like we have Matt, Monica, and let's see. So I haven't seen Melissa try
No,
to.
she was. Hi, Melissa.
Okay, Marianne, let me know if you need to go into closed session.
Andy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're muted. Yes, I can.
Hang on, Kim.
Marie?
Okay, it says Melissa's waiting.
Yeah, she should get, if she's connecting just via her phone, she should, she just needs to accept the closed session.
Let me ask her.
Yeah, if she probably got a prompt. I don't know if she's just doing it by phone. Yeah, it looks like she's having a little trouble.
Just says, she says, do you see her waiting? I sent you the link again. Did you?
Yeah, she was, and then I moved her to the closed session, and then she never
Okay, he
joined
said
it.
he did see you and then he moved you to closed session and then it came off.
Yeah, it said she didn't join.
She's gonna try one more time, Andy. She says it looked like she accepted it and then it just it dropped her.
Okay, yeah, we can try again.
Okay, she's gonna try again, so let's wait for her.
Yeah, Zoom may be having an issue, but hopefully not. Oh, it looks like Donna had to get back in.
Donna, don't worry, Donna just came out too. I see Donna outside of it too as well. Hang on, because I see Donna.
Yeah, I got kicked out.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why Zoom's being so finicky today.
Okay, he's working on getting Donna back in and then just hold tight with, if you clicked on that blue link, then he should be able to bring you in as well. Okay, I heard something come up. Okay, I just saw that you accepted it. So okay, Andy, she's in the waiting queue. Okay, I see you. Now Andy's gonna pick you both up. Okay.
Okay, Donna or Melissa, did you get a prompt to join the closed session?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
Melissa's muted.
No, I did not. Oh, it says join breakout room. If you just click on the side, is that what we're supposed to do?
Yes.
Okay.
But I haven't got it this time yet, Andy.
Okay, Melissa made it in there. And so you don't have the same thing where you can join breakout room.
No, I had it before, but
Do you have breakout room on the bottom? Anywhere on that menu?
no. Oh, yes, I do. I see it. Okay, you have been assigned. All right, I'm gonna.
Okay, looks like she got in.
It looks like it did. Okay, thanks, Andy.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm not sure if we're supposed to talk or not, but
Hello. I have no idea why I'm Lisa Kidd.
it's good to see familiar faces, guys.
I love that picture, Richard.
Thank you.
I'm on my husband's Zoom.
Yeah, you are Jim Saxon.
Yeah,
Good
you
job.
are.
Yeah. And I'm in my daughter's room, which she uses as her classroom.
Okay, what kind of perfume is that hanging on the wall? I
Oh.
can't read the sign.
Yeah, it's oh, you're very observant. It's Dior, Coco Chanel, and Miss Dior.
Oh, Trey Chic.
Yeah, that's her.
Very
Gina
nice.
knows her.
Yes.
Thank all of you guys for joining us.
Hi, Marie.
Hi Tessie.
Hi.
Hi, Robin. Hi, Mary.
Hi.
Richard, Nate, Mike, Elena. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Alan.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see
Ellen,
you
I want to see
all.
some Georgia. Ellen, where's Georgia?
Well, it's dark.
Oh,
It's
okay.
dark
Oh,
in
that's true.
Georgia.
It's
Another
late. Sorry.
day.
I like
It's
the view
okay.
out your porch.
Yeah, another day, daytime.
We'll have a daytime meeting just for you. Just kidding.
No more meetings, please.
I know.
You read my mind.
Marie, what's a breakout room?
That's where they went into closed session.
Oh, okay, okay.
So instead of having them disconnect and go into another link, he just opened up a breakout
Oh.
room for whoever needed to go into closed session to go, and then they can come right back in.
Okay.
We're hoping it works easier. A couple people got thrown out of the room and had to log back in, but
Oh, okay.
we got it.
Oh, I was hoping this was our breakout room and I only had to talk to you guys. I'm just kidding.
No, we're
I'm
live
just
on
kidding.
YouTube, so actually you're talking to everybody already.
I know. I'm just kidding. I think.
Hello, Elena Lee.
Is she there?
Hello, Robin.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Sit down now, stay.
So see, I was gonna take off my face, but then I just changed my mind.
So for these board meetings, do most people just like close the video? Is that how it works?
I don't.
I
but
wanted to,
some
but
people do.
No, Elena, you have to stay there the entire time staring at people.
I even comb my hair, guys.
Ah!
I did
The
too.
only reason I turned my video off was because I'm moving and I didn't want to make everybody seasick.
Oh.
Well, and if you want to eat dinner or something like that, you should probably turn off your video.
Or use the restroom.
I was gonna turn mine off, but then I thought, oh, I'm gonna be the only one who does that. So I bit the bullet and turned it on.
We're being recorded right now?
Yep.
Oh. Now everyone knows I comb my hair.
Yeah, we're streaming on live YouTube.
You know, like the whole world knew I comb my hair. Oh,
Yep.
hi everybody.
Uh-huh. And now you've announced it to everyone. Yep. Good job.
Oh, that's great. All right, we're human.
Uh-huh. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, golly. My kid disappeared completely and he's tall. There he is.
Oh, there he is.
My name changed. How did my name change?
Oh,
Did you change devices?
No,
Oh,
I changed it for you, Mike. This is Andy.
oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh. Big brother is watching.
What did it say before?
Lisa kid.
Oh, I see.
Close.
Yep.
Oh, somebody's doggy.
Wasn't mine, which is surprising.
Robin, did you get the information for the CSEA about the budget?
The most recent,
Yes.
I did.
Okay. Well, it sounds pretty good.
It does. So much better than we thought it was going to
You're
be.
right. We should be
Yes,
good
I
for
could-
this year.
I slept last night.
Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, I was really surprised.
Yeah.
It was a good thing.
It's not final quite yet, but it's looking better.
Yes.
Mary Ann, what does it mean when the governor says the schools will be fully funded, but paying back will take longer? Paying back of what loans does that refer
They're
to?
basically not going to give us the money, but they say if you borrow the money, we'll owe it to you.
And we'll
So
get it
it's-
eventually someday?
It's
Yeah.
basically going to be like this. So the money we're supposed to get this month, the actual cash,
Yeah.
no can do Magoo until late July. So for 1 month, we're like there's no worry. Don't anyone even concern themselves. However, next year, March, April, May, June, July, August, 6 months will not be given to us for, they don't know yet, 9 months or a year. So although we have to, of course, pay all our bills and make payroll and all that kind of stuff, they're not going to give us the cash. So we have about 5 different options of what we can do. And I'll talk about some of that tonight and then bring you more later on. But it's basically, it's like you work for 6 months, but you're not going to get a paycheck quite yet. Could you just hang on for 6 months? That's pretty much what they defer the actual cash coming in. So they promise you the revenue. They just don't actually give it to you. It happened before, actually my first year here, I had to work on trans where you borrow money and you have to plan like 90 days ahead of when you actually need it.
So you borrow money and then we finally get our money from the government and then we pay back whoever we borrow it from.
Oh.
Yeah, and actually, Robin, it's even more slick than that. When they actually start to turn money over to you, they take out the amount you owe them first, and then you get what's left over.
Of course they do.
It's always in their favor.
But you know, it's if he signs off on this, this is a lot better thing to look at than what we had.
Right.
So,
well, they're saying it's supposed to be similar to last year. It's not going to be any less than last year.
So just yes and no. So it's yes on the state funding.
Okay.
For LCFF. It's not for federal funding and it's not for like CTE, adult ed, all those kind of special programs that come from the state. It's only for the LCFF piece.
Okay.
But still, again, better.
Yeah.
Better, but not really, it's not 100% of the prior year funding. It's 100% of a piece of the funding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad you slept better, Mary Ann.
Oh man, I was like, oh thank God, there's a chance.
Yep.
That's a cute picture, Elena.
Thank you. I think I look better there.
Be quiet, Desi.
I couldn't resist.
Hi, everyone. We're coming back.
Oh, okay.
I am just going to disappear for 1 second. I'm sorry.
Andy, can you hear me?
Me?
Andy,
Oh,
Andy,
so I sent in a request for my, to be let in on my other computer and
Andy's muted.
Are we just waiting for Ken?
I'm in. I'm at the
You're
top.
on mute, Donna.
Donna. Oh, Donna.
okay. All right, I think we're good now.
Okay.
All right. So we'll reconvene to open session at 7:16 p.m. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Motion by member Smith,
Second.
second by member Espinosa. And we'll do a roll call vote. Member Espinosa,
Yes.
member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg
Yes.
and member Smith,
Yes.
and the motion carries 5-0. Tonight's meeting is being digitally recorded. And member Lynn, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Number 9 is announcement of actions taken in closed session, and we did take an action. It was by unanimous vote. We accepted the resignation agreement for employee JQ 3497525. And as I said, it was a unanimous vote. Moving on to item 10 is our special recognition presentation. And tonight it's Council PTA. And Mary and Gina, nice to have you.
thank you.
I saw Gina at the grocery store, but I haven't seen Mary in a while.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm holed up here in Monrovia, quarantined or whatever. Okay, do I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I don't want to leave anyone out. So good evening, Dr. Fricker and everyone else who is watching, viewing, present. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak a few words about Temple City Council PTA. So let's get started. A council is made up of school site PTAs in their school district organized under the authority of California State PTA for the purpose of collaboration and leadership training. So for example, all the individual school PTAs in our district are under our council PTA. Okay, so how does that work? I will tell you. Temple City Council PTA, as well as each school site PTA, executive boards are made up of a president, 6 vice presidents, secretary, treasurer, auditor, historian, parliamentarian, and chairman, such as reflections and honorary service awards. So before each term, each council PTA executive board member conducts training for each of their counterparts from the school site PTAs, and they act as a consultant to them throughout the school year, offering support, help, answering questions and concerns. In addition to the council, In addition to this, council PTA monitors the school site PTAs to make sure that they are remaining compliant with the various state regulations, conducting their audits, and filing their taxes on time. So our council PTA executive board meets monthly and is made up of various PTA members from the school site PTAs in our district. Okay, so now our primary fundraiser at council PTA is our snack bar, which is adjacent to the Temple City High School football field. So PTA volunteers from each of the school site PTAs staff the home football games, selling delicious treats. All profits from this fundraiser are donated to the different school student activities within our district. We also have a scholarship program that Gina will be talking about. Our big gathering of the year is our PTA Founders Day event, where we honor outstanding adults from each of our school site communities who volunteer significant amounts of their time in service to our students. This is a well-attended event by our superintendent, administrators, dignitaries, teachers, and parents who show their support for PTA and our honored volunteers. At this event, we like to showcase the talent of some of our students, ranging from elementary to high school, through the performance of the district's annual musical roadshow. Student volunteers also help set up, serve, and clean up this event. It is truly a collaborative effort of the Temple City Unified School District, PTA, and school communities. Oh yes, and we throw in a few words about the founders of PTA, Selena Sloan Butler, Phoebe Apperson Hurst, and Alice McClellan Burney. And that's my presentation. That concludes this presentation.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Temple City School Board, Dr. Fricker, and any distinguished guests. Tonight, I just want to talk to you about one of our big things we have for Council PTA that we started 3 years ago, is a scholarship. And for our graduating seniors. In late February, we sent out several, I want to say over 150 requests for donation letters to possible sponsors. And then during this, we got interrupted by the COVID. So we got tons of no responses. We got several returned back to sender envelopes, but that didn't stop us from still trying. We were refusing to make sure that this scholarship happened. So we reached out to more local people, and luckily we were blessed that we had 9 wonderful donors, and we were able to come up with $2,700 and that were awarded to 6 wonderful deserving seniors. And they're each going to get a little bit of that. And they wrote thank you letters to their sponsors, very excited, very appreciative of the scholarship. And I'm just so excited that we were able to get them going on their future plans. Some are going to JC, some are going to Harvey Mudd, one's going to Harvey Mudd. And just very proud of all of them. And I just love the idea that I got to get to know them by email and talking to them and getting information from them. So, we thanked our sponsors at the senior award ceremony. We thanked them then, and they are also being thanked with you now. I believe you got the flyer that shows all our sponsors. Were you able to see that? It was an attachment. Mm-hmm. And so, and thank you, Ms. Georgina was one of our sponsors. Thank you very much. And the Dive Restaurant, you know, he hasn't had many people, but he still sponsored us, which was wonderful. I'm very excited to say that we've got 6 wonderful deserving seniors that we were able to give a little to. Does anybody have any questions? No questions? Okay, wonderful. We plan to continue this scholarship into next year, hopefully be better, but we were very lucky to have money to be able to give out this year. So thank you to all of you. And thank you for letting us reach out to our sponsors and let them know that they are going to be, well, they don't ask to be posted on, but we want to show our appreciation by putting it on the website, thanking our sponsors. So thank you to all of you.
I just wanted to comment, hi ladies, that I really appreciate your efforts in a tough time like this, that you were able to, get some donations that would allow for us to give to our students and recognize them. Thank you so much for your efforts and everything that you all do all year long.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention, we were a committee. I was responsible with the connection with the seniors, but we have Mary Saxon that was on the committee, our president, and John Duhamel, our parliamentarian, and Teresa Huang, and Cynthia Mendoza. So once all the applications came in, we collaborated, we had a Zoom meeting, and we selected our top 6 recipients. So thank you to them for their help.
Are there any other comments or questions? I too want to thank you very much for all the work you do. I think one of the things that makes Temple City Unified so special is that we have very active PTAs that support the schools in a lot of different ways. Right. So thank you very much for all your hard work. Appreciate it. This is coming from 2 people that don't even have kids in the district anymore. So thank you guys.
Yes, we're graduating soon.
Hey, you're going to get sucked back in. So
okay, I'll be waiting.
All right, thank you
Have
so
a wonderful
much.
summer, everybody.
Okay, good night,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right, next is item 11, which is public comment, and I do have one. If there's any more, you can let me know. And it says, good evening. I am glad that the board is engaging architects for another facilities master plan. Since the last plan was completed, we were able to complete many of the projects deemed priorities. However, because changes in state law reduce the amount of funds available from the bond issuances, there are significant remaining needs. As you look into athletic fields, I encourage you to determine what sports current and future students would like to participate in, and be sure to prioritize gender equity. And that's from Kimberly So. Is there any other public comment? Okay, we'll move on to item 12, which is the community update, and I have a few things. First, if you have not received the notification yet, Temple City High School is offering refunds for tickets that were purchased for Newsies through the high school. There is information on the district website, and I also believe there's going to be an article in the chamber newspaper on how to get those refunds. There is a deadline, and if you don't want a refund, that's great too, because the Performing Arts program could use the money. They've had a lot of expenses this year, but weren't able to generate the revenues like they have in past years. And we want to give a special thank you to the Temple City Schools Foundation, because they donated $10,000 to help refund the tickets for people who are asking for refunds. So thank you very much to the Schools Foundation. I wanted to announce that I know this was really important to the high school students. Their yearbooks came in, and they've been picking them up the last couple days, and I believe tomorrow is the last day. And Oak Avenue's yearbooks will be here shortly, and they'll be able to pick them up the first part of July. Of course, everybody has August 7th on their calendar. That's going to be a big day here in Temple City. It'll be the graduation for the Temple City High School class of 2020. And everyone's looking forward to that. And the final thing I wanted to bring up, I brought it up last meeting also, is don't forget to fill out your census questionnaire, because the more people that are counted, the more funding schools get. So it directly benefits your school district when you participate in the census questionnaire. Okay, next is our district updates, and we'll start with business services. Mary Ann Sorrell.
Good evening.
There you
The first item I'd like to update you on is the state budget. On June 22nd, Governor Newsom and the legislator announced that there'd be some changes to the state deficit. In the coming days, the legislature will need to approve the budget bill. The key features under consideration are an agreement to maintain the state funding LCFF at the 1920 levels with no COLA and no reduction. So there wouldn't be the 10% reduction as given to us in the May revise. The reductions for federal money and reductions to special programs like CTE and adult ed, those have not been discussed. They're outside the realm of this agreement. The deferrals in the May revise will be increased, although we don't have details right now. What we had in the May revise was that June money wouldn't come in until July, and then March, April, and May would come in the following July. What they're talking about right now is up to a 6-month deferral. So the second half of the school year, that none of that cash would come in until the following school year. And I'll bring more information to you once that's finalized and the possible plans that we have to address that. Another good thing is there's a proposed one-time learning loss mitigation funding to offset expenses related to COVID and distance learning. These funds would be to support specifically students with disabilities. Also, there's separate funding for a proportional allocation based on supplemental and concentration. And then there would be a final allocation of $165 per ADA that can be used for devices or anything that we need to support the distance learning model.
We're gonna have to borrow money.
I'll be coming back to you probably in July to talk to you about the trans, and trans are when the district does borrow money. We don't have any concern this summer or the beginning of fall, but until I get the final information about the deferrals, I can't tell you when we will need to borrow. There's a very good chance we'll need to borrow if there's going to be 6 months of funding that doesn't come in. But I'll bring more detail once I have those final that final information. But no concern for the summer or the beginning of the school year. And then once, of course, we have the finalized state budget information and the approval, we'll of course need to revise the district budget. And as we discussed in previous board meetings, there's a very good chance that we'll have adjustments to the budget July, August, and September. So I'll keep you posted as the information becomes available. The next item I wanted to update you on is the environmental concerns at La Rosa. Ben Kohlmeyer and Madeline Dangazian from Forensic Analytical Services were here on June 23rd. They were here about 6 hours, and they conducted a visual inspection of all rooms and associated HVAC units across the campus. They also reviewed all specific areas and issues pointed out by the staff at La Rosa in their survey. Additionally, they reviewed all the outlined previous environmental reports we have from La Rosa, both from a few months ago and also 20 years ago. We pulled that data together for them and sent that, and that was reviewed. Their review included, but wasn't limited to, mold and moisture, HVAC units, dust and particulate conditions, and they studied our HVAC system and performance parameters associated with those. Following their inspection, they'll process all the information they gathered and share it with site staff in the district, and we're expecting that to be about 1 week from now, and that will likely be a Zoom meeting as we had before. We had great participation. There's a high interest in shade structures, and to get those in before the school year starts or very shortly after that, the Director of Facility Services met with a representative from USA Shade to put together a plan for each of the sites, and we'll be able to piggyback on another district's bidding for pricing. And all of these structures have DSA approval ahead of time. So from the date of purchase and the order, it's about 8 weeks to have them fully installed. And we'll be bringing that proposed plan to the next board meeting for review. And we are allowed to use Measure S funding for shade structures. And the last item is personal protective equipment. The district has been purchasing it all along since March. We also had an opportunity this week from the state and from LACO to apply for additional equipment. So we have applied for the maximum that we were allowed for both of those entities, and we're waiting to hear back what we'll actually receive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is educational services. It says Joshua Porter, but since he's not here, is someone else going to give the report?
Yes, Hannah Getty will give the report.
Oh, thank you, Hannah.
I can do it. Okay, got your speaker. Okay, so last week we started summer school for extended school year with our special ed students, and we were able to check out several devices and get everybody set up for that. And then this week we started our credit recovery for any of our high school students that needed to make up credits. So we had about 87 students signed up. We're getting that going. We're using a new program, so everybody's learning, but we have 3 teachers doing a really great job reaching out to everyone and trying to adapt to what our students need. I know Dr. Gomez set up a training with StudySync, which is our new ELA curriculum that we'll be using at the high school. We had done it at Oak at the intermediate, and so they'll be using it that full use next year. And then I think the high school is starting it. So they did a training this week as well, and that was very exciting for everybody. And it's technology based, so it'll be a great thing to integrate within Canvas and learn how to use all of those components, both for distance learning and in-person learning. And we've continued our tech committee meetings and planning our trainings, which we'll talk a little bit more on later tonight about where we're headed with all of that. And then just sitting down and working together as a team, trying to map out options for next year and the best ways to put everything together for our families, and then how to communicate it out and structure with our teachers and everything else. So other than that, we're just moving forward up with those plans.
Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, personnel services, Monica Mekovitz.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say we've completed our 8th-month process on the classified study. I do have to thank the DO staff, personnel, CSEA 823 and 105, and the advisory committee. They pitched in a lot of hours and a lot of effort to make this happen. The Personnel Commission was able to review everything and vote on it Monday night. So we're very excited to move forward with that. We are also, personnel is at the height of staffing. So we will be working to staff all the open spots. We will fly them internally first, and then on EdJoin if we cannot fill them internally. So we're looking forward to filling those spots. We are very fortunate. We did open a psych position about a week and a half ago. We had over 50 applicants. So, that's exciting news that we have so many qualified people to choose from. So we're looking for that for all our positions. In the next few weeks, as Dr. Fricker mentioned, we will be taking a look at safety protocols as we return people back to work. So we make sure we have the safest environment possible. We will be communicating those protocols out to staff, staff first initially as we come back. And we will be communicating those out. And I still want to encourage any COVID leave questions, whether you are 65 or older, medically fragile, or caring for a child under 18, please reach out. I can walk you through your options for fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is our bargaining unit, TCEA. Ellen, did you have any comments?
Oh, good evening. Nothing tonight. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too, Ellen. CSEA 105, Robin.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say Monica thanked everybody for their work on the classified job study. So I just want to say thank you to her, because I know it's been hours of stress and hassle. So, but I think we've gotten there, and I think we worked well together. It was good collaboration. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Robin.
That's it. Thank you.
CSEA 823, I don't see Art, so I imagine there are no comments from that bargaining unit tonight. So we'll move on to the student board member, Nicole.
Hi, so I just wanted to talk about what we're doing in ASB. So we're just working on graduation expenses, fundraising for class accounts and clubs. All of those depending on whether we continue with online learning or if we're going back to in-person learning.
Okay, thank you very much, Nicole. Next is board member comments, and I rotate who goes first, and tonight's my night to go first. I don't have a whole lot, but I do want to thank all the individuals and organizations that made donations to the district during the past month. Also, I watched the virtual senior awards for Temple City High School, and it was very nice. And I want to congratulate all the seniors that received awards. Congratulations to all of you. I also watched the virtual TED Ed showcase from La Rosa, and I'm just constantly amazed at what these young children can do, researching a topic and then speaking about it. It's really a great program. And I want to thank Mrs. Young and Mrs. Seltzer for continuing with the program even during the distance learning. Appreciate that they didn't let the program die. And finally, I attended the cap and gown pickup at Temple City High School. It was really great to be able to see all the students and parents and how enthusiastic and excited they are for August 7th. So congratulations to all the seniors, and we look forward to seeing them on August 7th. Okay, next is Dr. Lynn.
Thank you, President Georgino, and good evening, everybody. I would like to thank the Council PTA for your volunteerism and support of our students and schools. Thank you, Mary Saxon and Gina Aparicio, for your leadership on Council PTA. And I hope all the dads out there had a wonderful Father's Day last Sunday. And finally, I look forward to our special board meeting on Monday, June 29th, to hear about the factors involved in reopening of our schools and possibly answer some of the questions that our student board member, Nicole, had earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Board Member Smith.
Okay. Okay, I'm not muted. Okay, great. I would like to also recognize some of the end of the year events that continued to happen in the last couple of weeks. I had a chance to also attend the first virtual TED Ed showcase with the kids. It was about a 20-minute presentation. And Sandy in particular spoke about a lot of things she's very pleased about with the kids and going forward. She said right now the emphasis for this year has been on getting them to talk, and now the next year the emphasis will be on making an impact by what it is they share. I also wanted to compliment Jack Taylor for the fabulous video he put together with the background of the Shokin Farewell tradition that was played. It's played every year at the promotion ceremony. It was an outstanding video, and I know it was widely viewed by many. I also kudos to Richard Lohman for the Senior Awards video. I saw probably about a third of it when it came out, and then I didn't get back to it until yesterday, I think it was, and it's not available anymore, so I would love to see the rest. But that was really nice as well. Congratulations to our District Teachers of the Year. Kim put out a memo, I think it was Friday, recognizing the teachers at each site. Andrew Jahan from the DDSLC, Ashley Sanders from Cloverly, Susan McGee from Emperor, Kelly Lee from La Rosa, Terry Van Leer from Longden, Kyle Smith from Oak, and Kelly Priestley from TCHS. So congratulations to all of them, and it's going to be a fun year where they get to be recognized and whatnot. So I also, before I forget, I have a little note over here. This tonight was probably Mary's last official duty in PTA, a career that started when Riley, who's now a teacher at the high school, got into elementary school at Longden some many years ago. And just a matter of note, her youngest daughter, Emily, actually graduated from UCI. So she hasn't had a child in the district for 5 or 6 years, and they actually moved from Temple City to Monrovia, and that was 5 or 6 years ago. So she has stayed on as a real trooper through thick and thin and continued to participate. So big warm appreciation goes out to her. I did something else I saw. Oh, just a note. I made a mention last meeting about these different guides that have come out and telling us all how to reopen, and it continues to be a mystery. And I know our superintendent and her staff have been working diligently trying to address things, but the information changes daily, And sometimes we go left, then we suddenly go right, and then we take 2 steps back. But thanks to them for all they're doing, trying to work our way through it. And we're going to actually be having a special meeting, I know, coming up on Monday to talk a little bit about our plans for reopening. So I'll look forward to that. And then I did get an email, I guess it's kind of going to written, but an email from Ellen Laughlin, thank you, with a number of things she wanted to talk about. The one that concerned me, honestly, most was the fact that maybe some of our staff and administrators are not modeling protection from the COVID epidemic. And I know I addressed it with Kim, and I know it's being addressed, but it's real important that we model for everyone the importance of these things. And then I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Espinosa?
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I wanted to just start off by thanking Dr. Fricker and her cabinet, site administrators, teachers, all the staff, parents, and students. I think we finished out the school year as best as we could, and I appreciate the teamwork that I observed, the long hours, and honestly, our students taking, a disappointing situation with, and with what they lost, and they took it with a lot of dignity and good character, and they actually found new ways to connect and celebrate their wins. So thank you for that. I also want to say that my daughters picked up their yearbook today, and I was able to look through it and loved it. It's a very, very, how can I say this? From the years that I was in school, this is just, they took the yearbook to another level since then. Great job to the team who put that together. So thank you for that. I also watched the TED Ed showcase, and I was really impressed. Thank you for sharing that, Cindy Young, and congratulations to the students and the teachers for all the success and growth that they gained through the experience. I also was able to listen to the performance that Jack Taylor shared, and thank you so much. And I too, me being a longtime member of PTA, I want to definitely thank Mary for her service, and we're looking forward to celebrating her at our final meeting. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Nolenberg?
Yes, I just like to thank everybody who has worked so hard to pull all the facts together, including the superintendent, but all our teams. And also, I'd like to thank all the people who did the studies, and also the PTA for its informative discussions of the scholarship along with the others. Let's see. I like to thank all the fathers who had a good day, hopefully had a good day for Father's Day. And I like to thank all the people who have, all the teachers who have worked so hard and diligently to ensure that we have programs and we're ready to open as soon as possible. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is our superintendent's comments.
Okay, thank you, President Georgino. First of all, it was such an honor to have Mary here tonight and honor her and let her share out exactly what our council PTA does. They do that and so much more for all of our students across the district and our staff, and they are tremendous support to the district effort and the programs that we provide for students and the staff who are behind those programs. So I just want to thank Council PTA for what they do, and it was an honor for them to be here tonight. I really have enjoyed working with Mary, and I'm happy to celebrate her once we all can come back together and give her the celebration that she deserves. The same goes for all of the members. Thank you, Member Smith, for reading out the names of our certificated and classified employees, the certificated classified employees of the year. I think it's going to be an honor to celebrate all of them in the coming months again, when we can come back and honor them and honor the work that they have done all year long and throughout their careers here. It will be a true joy to give them the recognition that they deserve. So I cannot wait for that. We have been getting inundated with everyone's version of a plan to reopen schools. And so the last board meeting, I was up to 5 different plans. I think I'm well beyond 8. And none of them say any specific how-tos open up school again. And so the one thing that we are waiting for and have been working in kind of partnership with is the LA County Department of Public Health, and what their report is really going to say in terms of the guidelines, the mandates, and the recommendations that we are going to have to adhere to. And so that really is the one true report that is going to determine what we do when we open and how we open, and then what parameters and protective mechanisms we have to put in place. So the superintendents, we have met 3 times at LACO in person. We can't receive any documents because they're top secret at this time, but we can see them and view them and talk about them, and talk about the criteria that is being proposed. And so we want to make sure that we put in every ounce of protective mechanism that we possibly can to keep our staff and students safe. That is a prevailing desire amongst all the superintendents in LA County. And then also to do that with the greatest degree of fidelity that we possibly can. So in bringing back some of those conference notes, the contraband conference notes, I've been working then with my cabinet and my departments individually to see how is this going to affect what we do, what would we have to put in place, what measures do we have to provide. It affects staffing in some cases, and the complexities of which are far-reaching. As daunting as that seems, we really worked together. I know that Monica Makovich has worked with our union leadership, Ellen, Kyla, Robin, and Art, to make sure that we are forming a task force, so that once we get the official word from the Department of Public Health, then we can actually put this forward with a tentative plan and kind of roll it through a larger group within of stakeholders within the district. So that it's one thing to understand what you have to do, and it's another thing to put it in a practical reality. And so that task force is really going to take all of what we have to do and how we have to do it, and actually make it practical to put in place where it's functional within our district. And so those are the 2 tasks that we have kind of at the forefront of our work. I know that we are diligently researching on the facilities end for pieces of equipment and things that we may need to put in place, and also on the human resource end, as we may have to do contact tracing and do investigations to prevent spread of disease should one school or a group of students or staff become affected. So it is far-reaching, and it has a lot of different components to it. Right now, we're really in the research and development stage of it. Last week, we did meet again and at LACO, and we did get probably what looks like the final ending proposal by Dr. Farrar and the Department of Public Health. So we kind of have a really good idea of what that's going to look like. In speaking with my cabinet and kind of coming through those research and development type ideas and putting those 2 things together, we are having a special board meeting on Monday, this coming Monday at 6 o'clock, to just kind of go through the preliminarily what it's going to look like and what we have to abide by. In some cases, we will come to the board with recommendations, either if it's a staffing concern or if it is an equipment issue or structural issue that we have to address and actually procure funding for. We want to make sure that we do that as quickly as possible, as every other district And LA County is going to be doing the same thing. I think all along from the beginning of this, I think the one thing that we have done is we've tried to be as proactive as we possibly could at every single stage. And as Marianne Sorrell had reported out earlier, we had started providing or started procuring, buying, purchasing protective equipment of various sorts, anticipating that we're going to have it. We've also bought in chemicals and equipment that are all in alignment with the regulations and guidelines that we have to adhere to ahead of time. We've purchased hand sanitizers to put in every single classroom, common area, and office. Those are being installed, and that installation should be completed by the end of June. So we've done many of these things that are already requirements, and we can kind of check those off the boxes, but there are still some things that we still have to do to meet the regulations and the guidelines that are going to come forward. So we will detail all of that out department by department in that Monday meeting, and then kind of give a preliminary idea of what our thinking is and how do we address that. Then that task force will convene with that same amount of information. And that's kind of where the rubber meets the road, to see if these are the guidelines. This is kind of what we're thinking that's going to meet those guidelines and help us achieve that goal. And then we have to practically go through some scenario testing to see if that is going to be the ultimate thing that we're going to do. So there could be some adjustment in our plans. There's probably going to be an evolution to that plan as that task force takes shape and really dives into that work. But I think that because, you know, we've really done some proactive measures, that we will be on target to open school on the given day, and then have both a like virtual learning environment and in classroom environment for our students to come back to the educational setting and then thrive moving forward. So we do want to make sure that we don't miss anything. I know that Ellen, thank you for your work on gathering some key individual stakeholders, teachers around the district to be on that panel. I know that Robin, we're going to invite you to those meetings. And once we solidify the dates, as well as Art, and then key members of the classified staff as needed in the different areas where it's going to have an impact for those individuals. So moving forward, I think that we do have a good plan, and it's now just how quickly can we come to the finalization of that plan and then begin to execute that plan. So it all starts really with the first kind of wave of it on Monday night. So we're excited to get the board up to speed on all the things that we have learned, and then really move forward with the task force work that's going to come after that. So I just want to remind everybody the board meeting is Monday night at 6, and that is going to be the topic at hand. So it's kind of what everybody wants to see and hear. And then the public, the LA County Department of Public Health report should be out this week, by the end of this week, if not early next week, and that's going to be the official reporting. But we do probably have what looks like the final or close to the final version of that. So I think that we can begin this work and kind of jump into the process. So I thank you all for those of you that are going to be involved, but it's going to be a lot of work, but it's going to be a very good outcome. So anyway, that concludes my comments.
Quick question, can I ask real quick?
Yeah.
In your discussions, so I was reading like the latest CSBA update on the budget, and something really stood out at me, and I wondered if you had these discussions already with you know, those entities that you're talking to. And what stood out to me was that there was some talk in the budget discussions with the legislature that that talked about distance learning, and that a potential limits that would be put on school districts' ability to implement distance learning without state official orders unless a student is compromised. Have you heard of this? Have they discussed it? Anything like that?
So within the education code, yes, it was discussed at certain lengths. And even though our meetings were with the LA County Superintendent and then the LA County Department of Public Health, that does not, neither one of those two entities can provide waivers to education code in California. The education code for the limitations on distance learning or virtual learning, there are certain requirements. So if you have a virtual academy and that's already pre-established and you already have the UCCSU approvals for those courses, then those programs can run forward. If it is run through, so for example, like our Doug Sears site, our alternative school, there are limits in terms of the number of students that actually can participate, and it's a percentage of your population. And so that percentage obviously is far too low for schools to utilize as a mechanism for virtual or distance learning. And then in order to fund ADA moving forward, or your average daily attendance moving forward, you have to have both asynchronous and synchronous instruction, and you have to have the percentage balance of those two things in order to garner the ADA, or the average daily attendance, which funds our schools. So those waivers and those considerations would have to come from the governor, much like he did when we went into the school closures. He implemented state waivers. Those waivers do not include any waiver for special education because it's a federal statute, it's a federal mandate. And so that would have to come from a different entity. And we've never gotten, even through the school closure, we were never able to get a congressional waiver on IDEA, which is the laws governing special education, and the Individuals with Disabilities Act. So with regard to what we can and cannot do, as long as we adhere to the asynchronous and synchronous components of like a blended model, which is what we're talking about, then we should be able to maintain within that ADA realm. The other discussion is the governor could take action and give us funding based on a per pupil enrollment number instead of an average daily attendance number. And so that decision has not been made for the fall yet, although that has had, or has garnered much discussion from the Superintendent's Council, who meets with the governor and Dr. Thurman, and then also the County Superintendent's Council that meets with the state agencies as well. So I know that both groups are advocating for the per enrollment funding number rather than your average daily attendance number, which would put a large responsibility back on our teachers for the funding. So yes, we've discussed it a lot at length. No decisions have been made, and we would have to have procurement of those waivers. But we're trying to build a blended model so that we have the balance of asynchronous and synchronous to account for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 18 is written communications. We received an email from Yoshi Hagawara regarding racial discrimination, and our superintendent responded to that email for us. We also, as Member Smith mentioned, received an email from Ellen Laughlin regarding PPE requirements and the need to have our staff a little more diligent in that area. And also we received an email from one of our teachers, Kyle Smith, who forwarded an article to us regarding the new normal in education. Moving on to our discussion information items. Item number 19 is one that I think a lot of people have been waiting to hear about, graduation update from Richard Lohman and Mike Kidd. And I think also Elena Lee too.
And Elena Lee.
Okay, great.
So thank you for allowing us this opportunity tonight. Before I begin, I would like to let Mr. Smith know that the updated link to the Senior Awards is on our website. So if you go there, we updated a few things, and so it changed the link, Matt.
Okay,
so,
great.
Anyone out there could access it now.
Wonderful.
I feel like I need to thank people too after you guys thanked everyone. So I'm going to start off with thanks as well. First, I want to thank Miss Getty for backing us in this whole situation. When we went on distant learning, we started receiving emails, and Miss Getty started, Miss Getty started receiving emails from parents saying, we want graduation, we want graduation. And so we started putting plans in place at that time, and working with Mike and Elena, we came up with 3 options, and then working with what our kids want, we put those options kind of in order. So Elena is going to share a PowerPoint with us. And Elena's computer is actually usually the slowest computer I've ever seen ever. And tonight it actually worked well. So I appreciate that. I don't know if Andy was doing magic on his end or not, but it's definitely moving quicker than I've ever seen her computer work before. All right, graduation 2020. So there's 3 plans here, and I'm not going to read you slide by slide. You guys could have that opportunity to see it later. But we really have 3 plans. And so, Elena, if you click for me. The first plan is something very traditional to what we've always had. And so if you see the map there, it's our football stadium. The little dots are our graduates. And then we would have parents in the bleachers. Elena, if you could click again. Plan A, which is ultimately our goal and what we want to see and what our community has asked for and what our kids are dying for, is really a traditional graduation with our Brighter Side Singers and our band doing what they need to do. All this, though, is kind of dependent on what comes out of LA County. What are we allowed to do? What guidelines are in place? And so the number of kids in the stadium, their distance apart, and ultimately the number of guests that they could each invite is really going to be dependent upon where we are as we come closer to that date. If we're allowed 100 people in a gathering, we're going to have 5 separate graduations for our 500 seniors or close to 500 seniors with very limited parents in the stand. If it's something larger than that, we just make the adjustments and we increase the number of graduates and then also increase the number of guests that each one could bring. Watching the news, it's always like, oh, today it's going to be great. And then tomorrow it's, and then the next day it's going to be great again. And so what we're really looking on is sometime mid-July for us to come up with a solid decision if Plan A is going to work and how many kids then will be allowed in the stadium at any one time. And Dawn and I kind of spoke about this a bit at cap and gown distribution. Something's going to happen on August 7th. This is hopefully my something that's going to happen. Elena, if you could click for me. Plan B is second best. It's Plan B. And so if you look at here, those of you who know the school well, you see the football stadium. It's our parking lot there. And then the area where you see where it says stage in the little cars, that's our auxiliary fields. And so those of you who have been to our football games and had to sit in our park and overflow parking, that's what you're looking at. And so this would be more like a drive-through graduation. Elena, if you could click it. It's something very similar to what Monrovia just did. Our students would drive through with one car with their family in the car with them. When they get close to the stage, they would step out of the car, walk across the stage, snap photos of their child grabbing their diploma, jumping back in the car, and then driving out of the parking lot again. It very much limits the amount of social interaction, and it definitely keeps non-family members much further than the 6 feet apart. And it allows us to go through the process. Like I said, Monrovia did this. We have a teacher, Mr. Woolery, whose son just graduated from Monrovia. He said it was great and it was very intimate. Whereas in a traditional graduation, our families are in the stadium very far away. But this one, they were right up there reaching out the window, taking pictures of their baby as he walked across the stage. And then finally, Plan C, which I do not want to happen. Click one more time, Elena. Plan C is a virtual graduation where we would get this stuff ready prior to, and it would be pre-recorded. It'd be very similar where they walked across the stage in the same area that they do for the drive-through graduation. However, no one would be able to interact. We wouldn't have any parents. They would just walk across, take that still photo, and then move on. And then we would record this and then put it out into the world. That is my least favorite, and it's not something that I want to see happen. The first two are much more exciting, I think. The first one being what we've always done, what makes us Temple City. And that's kind of where we're at right now. We're going to need to make a hard decision by mid-July, just so we can get everything in place. We'll go through and determine what the county is recommending and what the county is going to allow, and then we'll make the decision based on that. Elena, is there more? Yes, there's more. Click, Elena. We got some considerations. So we have county guidelines. We need group meeting masks, social distancing. Our decision date right now is July 17th. The videographer and the photographer, then set up and clean up. And then the bottom ones, the outside groups, as well as our setup and cleanup with our M&O crew, who has always reached out. In that planning, there's also the brighter side component and the band, because we have Mr. Ferntile and Mr. Byers who are leaving us, and they've been knocking on my door every day. What do we get to do? When are we going to be part of this? Can we start practicing now? And it's like, slow down, guys. We don't know yet. So everyone slow down, take a breath. But it's going to come to that moment where we have to move quickly. And so I appreciate everything that everyone's done. Like I said, Elena and Mike have been invaluable in this. For those of you who know me, I don't do PowerPoints well, and so Elena does PowerPoints very well. But Elena also takes the big ideas I come up with and makes them concise and user-friendly. And that's what
she's good at maps too.
She is very good at maps. She is very good at maps. So that's where we're at right now. And then us working with Hannah, we'll come up with something, and then 17th, we need to put something out, or shortly thereafter, the 17th, we need to put something out to our families. So I would open this up to questions, but Mr. Kidd you're going to step away, correct, Mike?
If you need me to, I got a couple more minutes.
All right, so we have a couple more minutes. Myself, Ms. Lee, and Mr. Kidd are here if there are any questions, but they cannot be difficult questions.
Nothing that involves a crystal ball.
Lower level questions, guys. So, Melissa, that question you asked to Dr. Fricker, no.
Okay, are there any questions?
Yeah, quick question. To what extent are we involving the city and the Temple City sheriffs?
As normal as we would. So it really depends on which option we pick. If we pick if option B is what's on the table, it's going to be much more difficult because we're going to have students lining up. We'll need to then block off streets, and we'll work with Mary Ann, who will then work with the city and the sheriff to make sure that we have everything we need. The other two options, not so much. Just if we go option A with social distancing and the number of people we're allowed together, it will become an all-day event. So I'm sure the city will want some role to play in that. But it won't be like our normal graduation where we have the 500 graduates plus 80,000 people showing up. It's going to be something much smaller than that.
Great, thank you.
I had a quick question, and I think it's a simpler one, and maybe you haven't gotten to this level of detail yet, but so I had a student talking to me about just recognition and wanting to ensure that graduation included recognitions that were beyond just the academic recognitions that are typical in a graduation. So people who are involved in sports or brighter side or band or whatever it might be, that somehow with either the clothing or something that we provide some type of recognition for their work in those areas. I don't know if you've talked about that yet.
So it seems to come up every year. Mike, would you like to jump in on that one?
It's kind of, I want to say, a lot of, I think, part of our graduation is determined by board policy and in terms of cap and gowns and that type of thing. And we're having discussions in ASB about changes in that. But, this previous year ASB didn't want to deal with those changes. And it takes, of course, a lot of time to deal with that. So those are discussions we're having now for next year within ASB, and would come back to the board with recommendations.
Okay, yeah, I think just because of the circumstances of this year, if there is a possibility of being able to, even in the colors or some kind of a band or something around around their necks that designate their efforts and their work in a certain area, that would be fantastic. Just considering all the things that they did miss out on this year, it would be great if we could do something like that.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Well, I have a comment question. I think, as Richard knows, I've been watching a lot of graduations, all neighboring cities and cities that aren't even close around, and looking for some great ideas. some of the great ideas aren't going to be feasible for us, like the one school that they snow skied down and picked up their diplomas, or the other one they jet skied across the lake and picked up their diploma. But, and I think you might have mentioned this, are you also going to be live streaming this so that the people that aren't able to attend will be able to watch it?
That is our hope. It's definitely our hope. Regardless of which option we pick, there's going to be limited people there, limited family members. And so that is our goal, to have it live streamed.
Okay, great. You might want to watch Glendora's graduation. I believe they had 2 cars per student.
Nice.
And
Okay.
see if something like that might work out. I don't know if it.
I can see how that would be beneficial for some people. 2 cars.
That have big families. So anyways, I think it's on YouTube.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for them? Thank you so much for being here and giving us the information, and we look forward to hearing what you decide on July 17th.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is item number 20. It's present a new course for Oak Avenue Intermediate School. This is a discussion item, and who's going to give us the report on that?
I can start it out. Sorry. So I asked Mr. Slaymaker and Ms. Kastuyama to join us today. We have been looking at streamlining some of the courses that we offer in math. Math can often be such a struggle for students. And so being able to support our students starting at Oak, so when they get to the high school level, they can really get into that pathway for algebra. So they're going to share a little bit with you. What we'd like to do is introduce a new course that will start at Oak next year, this coming school year. And it's very similar to a course that's already been used at the high school. So they're going to share the details with you. But the idea here that they'll explain more is that students can get started with really grabbing those fundamentals of algebra. So when they get to high school, they can be successful. Algebra 1 is often seen as sort of the gatekeeper of the diploma, so to speak. And especially if you're a student that, math makes you nervous. It's something we want to make sure we're preparing all of our students as much as possible. So they'd like to introduce this course this year, and then eventually this course would end up at our high school as well. So I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Hannah. So I'm Nate Slaymaker. Thank you guys for letting us speak to you this evening. Before we get into it, just a little bit of background that I think some of you may have heard about. 3 years ago, Before 3 years ago, our Algebra 1 program, we had 2 courses, Algebra 1A and Algebra 1B. And the high school and Oak kind of mirrored that. Students could take those classes at Oak Avenue or at the high school. But it was felt by some people that the 2 years for Algebra 1 was limiting some of the progress of our students. And so there was a decision made, kind of a unilateral decision, to be honest, to squish those 2 classes together into a 1-year course so that students could progress further in high school. And that immediately, that same year they made that decision, I think in August or September of that year, they realized that the 2-year requirement of high school math was going to be very difficult for some of our students if they had to also pass geometry. So they immediately set up Algebra 1.1 and Algebra 1.2 at the high school. So right now we have 3 Algebra 1 classes, and it's a little confusing for students and even parents and counselors. So that's where we're at right now. And the high school and Oak math departments have talked a lot about this, and this is the best case scenario that we've come up with together that we want to talk with you about tonight. So if I can further it on here. There we go. So this intro to algebra course will serve as an intermediate math course. So this course will be offered at both Oak and the high school. So Amanda will be able to talk to it a little bit more about how it will be served at Oak. But right now, the choices for our 8th graders is just a Math 8 class, which is similar to what might be used to be called pre-algebra, or the actual algebra class, which is the entire Algebra 1 curriculum in 1 year. And I will tell you, I've taught that class at the high school level. You have to go very quickly to finish it all in 1 year. And it's harder to have any intervention or remediation, and students struggle. And if they already have trouble with math, then they get even more discouraged. So in 8th grade, we'd like to have those choices: Math 8, this intro to algebra class, an Algebra 1 class, and then the advanced students would be taking geometry. I think there's usually around 1 or 2 sections of 8th graders already in geometry. So eventually this would replace that 1.1 class, and 1.2 would disappear. And we, at the high school, we would eventually have just the intro to algebra course and the Algebra 1 course. But the Algebra 1 course would then not have as much information in it. The intro to algebra course, as you'll see later, or you see in this slide, we did it by chapters of our current textbook, but you'll see at the end of this presentation that we also, when the math teams got together, we also did it by topic, because who knows what textbook we might have in other years, or some teachers are not using the textbook as much as we used to. So it's separated into topics as well. So this course is kind of stretched so that our students don't have to go so fast and they don't feel like they're getting lost. We still are able, and we'll talk about it in just a minute, the students will still be able to progress. So the main purpose of this is, as Hannah was able to say, Algebra 1 is so foundational. Students that do poorly or don't fully grasp the concepts in Algebra 1 will struggle for the rest of their math careers in high school and beyond. So even if they squeak by this Algebra 1 class that we have right now, we're finding that they struggle later on, because we had to go so quickly that maybe they were able to get the concepts in the middle of it, but later on, the concepts didn't stick. We didn't have like a mastery, so that there were things they could do in later math classes. So this intermediate option will be able to put students where they can be successful. And we'll still have the Algebra 1 class for the students who can do it and who really want to move on to further math courses. But for those students that are discouraged by math in the first place, they really were getting lost in all of this. So having this foundational material at a slower pace is going to improve our grades in all of our math classes. And we really believe on the state assessments and all of these things as well. Being able to, for the students that need it, to have the remediation and time for intervention, it's going to change so much for us in this foundational course. So I'll let Amanda talk a little bit about what it'll look like at Oak.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Miss Kasiyama, or Amanda Kasiyama. I teach over at Oak. I am one of the 8th grade math teachers there. But I've been in talks with Nate as well. And we had discussed as well as with our departments, kind of the need to bring back though this intermediate course for our students. So prior to getting rid of the course, we did have the 1A and 1B. So Oak did teach 1A as well. But what we've been seeing over these last couple of years though, is we are having students who are struggling a little bit more. So what's happening though, is you are kind of forcing or pushing these kids that maybe need a slower class into more of an accelerated class by putting them into the 1-year algebra. Another issue though, I would say that we're seeing at Oak though, is with our Math 8 classes, so that's your lower level math, that's your pre-algebra for 8th graders, we're getting more of a bigger discrepancy in that class though. So we're having kids that maybe struggle more at math, but then on the other end of that, we have kids that weren't ready for algebra, but are sitting in these Math 8 classes unchallenged a lot of times and looking for a class that does have more rigor. And so this intro to algebra class would serve that need though, kind of for that middle population who's not quite ready for that first year of algebra, but who can excel a little bit more than just that Math 8 class though. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Nate. And so again, that's on the slide here, but I would say that's probably the biggest concern that we're seeing at Oak though, is we're losing, I guess, or I shouldn't say we're losing, but we're struggling to find kind of that balance for that middle set of kids, and bringing back this course I do think would be beneficial for kids that do struggle a little bit more in math, that are pushed into algebra, but aren't being challenged enough, who are in that Math 8 class.
And then at the high school, we kind of inherit the same types of issues. So our freshmen, there's a lot of different courses that our freshmen take that you'll see in our flow chart in just a minute. But our freshmen come in, and the lowest math course, if they're really struggling right now, is that Algebra 1.1 course. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun here a little bit. I'm sorry, Amanda. But this course, it's going to benefit I think I lost. Oh, there we go. That's the slide that I wanted. Okay. So right now they can take the Algebra 1.1 or they can go into Algebra 1. And we're finding that students are reluctant to take Algebra 1.1, and it talks about at the bottom of the slide here. It's kind of a rebranding of this course because families did not like the name 1.1. Just like there's a connotation, a negative connotation with it, that their student is in this really intervention type course. And so we don't really get any families, even if teachers are recommending it, that are allowing their students into that course. And so what happens, it's really a problem with scheduling. They enter into Algebra 1 and they realize that it's going at a pace that is too rough for some students, but at the semester, the master schedule is already in place. And so there's not really an opportunity to move them down into a course that is more fit for their needs. So it's becoming a scheduling issue as well. And we've had it for 3 years now. And although students are progressing more quickly, which was, I think, the initial intention of this 1-year Algebra 1 course, they are struggling mightily in the future courses. Geometry, Algebra 2, a lot of basic skills are either missing or lacking. So after this kind of 3-year trial with this new method, we thought it was time for a change. So the benefits is it builds more confidence with those foundational skills and more understanding, but the slower pace in both of the classes, it's not just the intro class that will be slower, but now the Algebra 1 class doesn't have to cover those same topics that were at the beginning of our textbook or like the beginning algebra concepts. They will have already been covered in the intro class, so the Algebra 1 class can start further along, so that class even is able to go at a slower pace as well. So all these skills will be really honed in, we're hoping, by our students. And this course still, even if they take the intro class as a freshman, they can work their way up to pre-calculus as a senior. The UC eligible, you only have to work your way up to Algebra 2 to be UC eligible. So it's not like we're holding students back. Pre-calculus is one of the highest math classes. There's only 1 or 2 after that anyway. So if they make a huge strides in their math career, then they're still able to work their way up to that. So we really don't feel like the argument that we're holding students back would have much water in it, because they really can work their way up to pre-calculus still if they'd like to. So I'll let Amanda talk about how 8th graders and 7th graders are first decided what class are they going to take, because that determines a lot in their future math classes.
Okay, so if we are able to bring back this third math course for 8th grade, this is kind of what the placement would look like then. So 7th grade, we would still continue to offer 2 classes. So that's our pre-algebra class and our math 7 class. But then 8th grade, your 3 main math classes then would be your algebra, your intro to algebra, so that middle course that we're talking about, and then math 8. And so how we would place students though is based on this placement matrix. What we're looking at are couple different categories here. So we have iReady, we would look at their math grades from their previous grade level and then their state testing scores at the end of the year. Now, like with any other kind of matrix or placement though, it's not always foolproof. So there are some gray areas, and that's where teacher recs would come into play though. Where would teachers recommend them? Our hope though, like I said, for Oak though, is by bringing back this third course, we do hope to up the rigor of our algebra class that they once had. What we have noticed in these last couple years at Oak though, is we do have more students in the algebra classes that we are having to drop or that are having to repeat algebra again next year in 9th grade. So we're hoping that by having this middle course, so this intro class, we are able to build those foundational skills. And then again, we have a class kind of just solely dedicated for those students so we can work on those basic algebra skills that they'll need. As Nate was saying, I know one of the worries though that a lot of people have though is if I take this kind of intro class, this middle class, I'm going to be behind, or I'm not where my other friends are maybe. This is the progression. I know Nate has a flow chart that he'll share in a second with everybody as well though. But this kind of just illustrates for students though and parents and as well, you guys watching, kind of the progression though that their math would be. So if they're in intro, what their 9th grade year would look like, 10th grade, 11, and so on. Assuming that they're taking just a class during the school year versus taking it during summer school.
And so this is what it looks like at the high school level, a flow chart. So students work their way across from left to right. And what we've been having right now, the major issue is a student starts in Algebra 1 and then they really struggle, and somehow we're able to work it out into the schedule to drop them into the more appropriate class, and they're in Algebra 1.1 for one semester, but then what class do they go into the next semester? So they're snaking around these 3 algebra classes that we have, and they're getting the same material multiple times, and even though they may have passed it already, it's creating kind of a nightmare for scheduling and counselors and math teachers. So this is our proposed math flow chart that really cleans things up quite a bit. There wouldn't be any snaking around. You can see that a 9th grader that starts at Intro to Algebra can still work up to Algebra 2 and be UC eligible. If they take that intro class in 8th grade, they can still work their way up to pre-calculus. I've talked with Amanda about this as well. There might be special circumstances where a student who's in Math 8 in 8th grade, if the teacher really feels like they aced all that material, there's some carryover between the Math 8 and the Intro to Algebra class that maybe they can jump to Algebra 1, and there can be individual discussions about that to make sure we're meeting students' needs as well. Also, if a student really does well in math, we have about 70 to 80 students each summer, sometimes even more, that advance with a math class over the summer. So that would jump them down a line in this flow chart as well. So these are all the math classes we offer, and then some other optional math courses at the bottom that are less sequential and more just interest-based that we offer as well. So we are thankful to the district that we got a release day and we were able to create a scope and sequence for all of our classes at the high school. And this is the one that we came up with for this Intro to Algebra course. Like I said, we based it on the topics that we think are important, foundational things as they move into Algebra 1, but we also have our textbook, our current textbook lines up with these topics that we saw were important. You can see that we even switched it around a little bit from the order that our textbook has based on what we've witnessed with our students as well. So that is kind of the idea behind it. Thank you again to Hannah and the entire board for letting Amanda and I be here. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Does anyone have any questions?
I have a quick question. This is more for Hannah or Kim. Would there be an impact on the staffing ratios at the middle school and or high school?
Question. I don't think so, because we're really looking at giving kids options. Are you okay? Giving students options that are just not there. So what it would probably mean is that, like Amanda was saying, instead of having your algebra classes jam-packed with students that in the end were not placed correctly, and then same with your students in your 8th grade math class that maybe needed to be a little bit more challenged. So from that, where maybe we end up losing a section of algebra, maybe we lose a section of Math 8, and that becomes the Intro to Algebra class. At the high school, it would just swap out the 1.1 for the most part.
Particularly in terms of the number of preps that math teachers will have to teach, there could be a possible impact. But I think Ken had a question.
Yes. Are we going to come up with new textbooks for math pretty quick?
Yeah, I think Nate could probably speak to that too, because that is a topic. I know we're waiting on the new framework. There's supposed to be a new framework coming out for math standards. So I think we held on that for a little bit because we didn't want to get something.
When is it due out? When is the new standard due out?
It was due this next year,
Yeah.
right?
It was due this year. We did actually go through an adoption process last year, but it was decided nothing really super blew our socks off. And so we just decided to wait. We don't want to have to change everything once that new framework comes out anyway. But we would be excited to when it does come out.
Do you think the new textbooks will help us or hurt us, your schedule?
I think our teachers are able to when they give input on the textbook adoption process, then they would be able to adapt whatever we would like to the textbook that we would choose.
And I think the best part of a new text adoption is going to be the online curriculum that we're able to inherit from it and be able to incorporate that into what we're doing through Canvas and everything else. COVID-19 or not, you always need that digital aspect to help support students at home as well. So.
Okay, and any other questions, Mike?
Yeah, just just one comment and then one more question. So, when you said that parents don't like the version 1.1, I'm pleased to hear that parents did provide some input to this process. How many students are we anticipating in this intro course?
Right now, there's 2 sections of 1.1, but I think if we followed all the teacher recommendations, at least for freshmen, Amanda could speak to at Oak, but I think we'd probably have 4 or 5 sections if we're putting students where they can be the most successful. I'm not sure what you think about Oak, Amanda.
Mr. Lin, in regards to your question about preps, Oak had multiple preps though before, but because the material is similar and we are using the same text, it's not too much of an issue for the teachers at Oak to have another math class. In terms of numbers, typically Oak runs mostly algebra courses, but with having an intro class, I think we would probably be looking at, I'd say about 5 of them or so. I think that's what we run in the class. So I think it's usually mostly algebra classes, middle range with the intro class, and then fewer math 8 courses typically is what we've seen.
Okay. Well, I like the fact that you are, designing programs that will benefit students and meet the needs of the students. Are there also courses or sections for honors algebra 1?
Well, that's hopefully the hope. By having this intro class, we're hoping that the students then that are placed in algebra are going to be those ones that are ready for that year-long algebra course so that we can, again, up the rigor of those classes. Currently, Oak does not have an honors class, but I think it is within all of our teachers' best intentions to make sure that we are challenging our students. And so, like I said, with that intro class, we're hoping then the algebra class, we can kind of just up it and make it a little bit more challenging for our algebra students.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments?
I just want to add to that. First of all, thank you, Nate and Amanda. That was awesome. I appreciate you guys doing that. We are looking, when we look at enrollment and we try to see when families are leaving us at the intermediate level or even at the high school level, a lot of the feedback that we get is sometimes that we don't have some of those very specialized programs. So we know we have the capability. We have students coming into 7th grade taking algebra and taking geometry in 8th grade. So if we can align, if we can find something, so as they were saying, with this particular class is targeting that middle student, which is often the student that can easily be forgotten. So I'm glad that we're able to build something there. The goal would then be to create pathways for these students that align so that your math and sciences can align, and you can start building these pathways and parents can see them as maybe we get to a point of specialized programs to a degree where they know that my student can excel in this STEM area or in, this other area. So, eventually there could be the idea that we would have maybe these honors, like an honors math or an honors algebra 1 or honors geometry. And even at Oak, we could even incorporate that science into it. Because I know right now at the high school, our students are coming in and they take like an honors biology course 9th grade, but then they go and repeat biology 10th grade year into AP bio. So they're really taking 2 years of bio and they're not getting necessarily the A through G credit for that. They're getting great, education and prepping for it. But if we could build some of that down a little bit at Oak, so when they get to the high school, they can then do, build beyond that. So those are our hopes as we look to the future to be able to bolster our enrollment and really support the different pathways for all of our students. We've even talked about an early college program that we could look into building to sort of grab that middle student that is really eager and wants to learn and wants to go and can get that extra support. So we're looking at a couple of different offerings so that we can support our students.
Also, is the Schools Foundation still offering summer school geometry acceleration?
We weren't able to do it this year because of the distance learning feature. And because of that, you have to have an online pathway, right? The UC pathway has to be cleared for an online course. So with the credit recovery we're doing, we're having to run through the alternative high school. So the foundation wasn't able to offer those courses this year. And I think that as time goes on, they weren't able to solidify their WASC accreditation because of COVID. Everything stopped everyone from advancing all of our plans. So I have no doubt that they'll be able to get that and then be able to build those in as well for our students so that we can, you know, give those students a chance. So when they get to high school, they, you know, if they want to reach, maybe we get to the level where we get to that higher math level, or we're able to send them over to PCC for taking these finite, crazy courses. You know, we want to be able to build programs that will draw our students over to us.
Okay, any more comments or questions? All right, thank you very much for that presentation. I can tell a lot of thought went into it. Very interesting, so thank you. Next is item 21, which is instructional technology summer training for teachers.
And that's me again.
Is that you again? Okay.
That is me. Okay, let me share this with you. So Nate and Amanda are also part of this committee, and they've been a huge help to getting us, you know, set up with how we wanted to do this and what we wanted to do. So I'll just give you a little background. As we've been meeting with Canvas, they like most of the companies that offer any sort of digital support in any realm, whatever it is, be it an LMS, apps, programs, Zoom. It is very hard for these companies right now because they're being bombarded by customers, which is a great sign for them, but they're very, very busy. So in meeting with Canvas, they had a plan of how they roll things out. They're very organized in how it goes. And I was a little bit relentless and said, we need to go a tiny bit faster than that because I wanted to make sure we were getting enough training in so that we weren't, you know, building our courses in August. I wanted to get our students our teachers some chance to build their courses and really take their time with the product. So they accommodated us with no problem, and they were able to set us up with courses. So you'll see here, just in the setup, what we started with was our committee. We have 20 members on our committee. They created sandbox courses for us so that we could play around literally like in a sandbox and do things that, you know, can all be deleted. It can be kept. It can be whatever we do is just practice. And when we get our official course, we can export anything we've created into that. And then they've also given us over here the Growing with Canvas course. And that's a self-paced course. They say it takes about 3 to 4 hours to complete. It just depends, I think, on the learner, on their tech abilities, on their, you know, availability for themselves. If you're doing it and getting interrupted, or you have to do a little here and there, it's going to take you probably a little bit longer. Some people have gotten through it in a couple hours. Some people have said it's taken them about 5 hours. So what our original plan was, is the committee got this first before the rest of our teachers. So I think our committee got it maybe a week and a half ago, and then we pushed it out to our teachers this past week. And Canvas they got ahead of it. They told me it'd be done Monday. It was done Friday. I didn't get messaging out to staff, so people are like, "Why am I getting this invite? What is this?" And so I was excited that they met us at what we were asking. We wanted to get it pushed through, but people were excited, but also wondering, "Why am I getting this?" So we explained what that was about. When you go through the Growing with Canvas, you also need to have like a sandbox course. So those were like a day behind. So they got those this Monday. And then we taught them how to push through a template. So as they're in there practicing, they can, start to build things. So this has all been given to everyone. Our committee had decided they thought it would be a really good idea because they had gone through the Growing with Canvas. They thought those are good basics, and it gives you time at your own pace to learn and practice with it. They thought it'd be a good idea to sort of make it like a prerequisite for the rest of our training, because then we could really build on our training. If you could take the time to learn just the very basics on moving around within Canvas, as you come to these other trainings, we could then advance our skills as a group. So one thing that we do have, we have several different options with training for them from Canvas. And one of them is the custom hours that we get. The custom hours that came along with our package, we get 18 hours of those. And that's direct training from our Canvas staff, not our committee. They're Canvas people that are training us. It's not in person, it's webinar based. And obviously with COVID, it works in that way. we're trying to limit them to 50 participants per session, because when they keep it at 50 or fewer, then they can have the chat going on, which is really helpful. So then participants can ask questions in the chat and get them answered by the people that are offering the course. They're 2-hour sessions. And what we've done is we've set up about 8 sessions in July. They're really just 2 different courses. So basically teachers can sign up for these kinds of courses for 4 hours. So one is a building a Canvas course, and then one is using the Studio Future, which is really teaching essentially with a video and teaching how to edit the video. You can insert quiz questions into it. It's a whole program that will help with the asynchronous teaching as well. So our teachers will be getting, tomorrow they'll be getting sort of a schedule of what is offered. And what we did is we broke up, for example, the building a Canvas course. We maybe had a morning session and an afternoon session. So like Tuesday was a morning session, Wednesday is an afternoon session. You only go to one of those. You don't go to both. And then we did it over a couple weeks. So if people are traveling or not available, they would have the opportunity to pick one that might be more accessible for them. And then same with Studio. So there's 4 Studio courses being offered and 4 building a Canvas course being offered. And then you would only go to 1 building Canvas and 1 Studio. So that's 4 hours right there that teachers would be able to attend for trainings, and then that would be paid training for them. The other options that we have for training is within our courses that they've set up for us is the training portal. And those are free live ongoing training. So teachers on their own at any time, not just summer, throughout the year, can just sign up to do a training. And those are, like I said, live webinars from cabinet staff. They're not recordings, they're not self-paced videos. And then I can get a report from that, and they'll show me who's done them, how, that they were successful. And so we can recognize staff for those kinds of things. I know TCEA is putting together they're offering donations of gift cards and things that they can do to sort of, do drawings and raffles for people that are earning our badges. They're called badges and certificates that they get from these trainings. And so with that, we're able to then support our staff and sort of keep record of it and offer some sort of pay for some of those as well. And then you also have within that a learning library, and these will be like your self-paced courses, and that also has a certificate reporting, so you can see who's taking which courses. Now the thing with the self-paced courses is because you can schedule it. It might be a 2-hour course, but it takes you 10 hours to finish. So those are harder maybe to offer compensation for. Maybe we'll have to come up with a plan of how we want to do that, because what could take somebody 30 minutes could take somebody else 5 hours for different reasons. And then the exciting part that I just learned about today, and this was a really great thing to learn about, is that we also have our consultation hours. To me, it's just extra training, but they don't let you call it training. They keep it very separate. It's called consultation. And I sort of like the idea of it, because what it is giving us our own specifics. So our first custom hours that I told you about, those are just for TCUSD. But if you go into the individual ones through the training portal, you're with other people. It's not specific to your school district. You're just learning the basic parts of Canvas that you've signed up for. But here with the consultation hours, we are getting best practices designed for us. And so that's a course that people can take. And then they're going to break up the best practices. So like our TK through 3 teachers can have their own special class, since they're very specialized in how they're going to create a digital platform that's accessible to students and still, gives parents what they need as well. And then building an online community of learners, being able to do that is so crucial with what's going on with COVID and how we're going to we'll have some sort of blended learning for sure. Who knows if we'll have to close again, what could happen. So being able to build that community and have those strategies within Canvas, and then overall communication strategies with both students and parents. There's a whole class on that. So we'll be offering these 3 courses with the consulting hours that we have. We have 40 consulting hours. We're going to break some of these up again so that there's options. So I think at this point, I want to say it was about 12 hours that I had already signed us up for. So we have plenty of hours left that we can use at other times and for different reasons. We also then can always do an open Q&A. So I think as we get people set up more in August, we can have several Q&A sessions with Canvas staff. I think people would really like that, to just be able to come to a Canvas person and be able to ask their questions. Hey, I was trying to do this. It's not working. How can I do this? And they can get those questions answered. So other trainings that our amazing technology planning committee is working on, we've broken into 8 groups. So we have a Google group, and they're gonna do several trainings, that looks like, or several different types of training. They're gonna do sort of a beginner type training for people that just never really got the training on Google that they want. They don't feel really comfortable with it. They just want to learn things that they know that, you know, they're just not using. They want to know how to use it. And then maybe more of the middle ground, and then maybe some advanced stuff. So they're looking at breaking that up. And then we have a group of our teachers that teach the primary grades. They're going to look at using Seesaw. So many of our elementary teachers use a program called Seesaw that they love. So if we can look at using that, what we'd like to do is see the great things we love about it, see how many of those things are offered in Canvas. So we don't necessarily need to rely on Seesaw for those things if we have them in Canvas, and then what isn't in Canvas, be able to incorporate from Seesaw into Canvas. So they're going to do some trainings on that. And then we have an art group that wants to look at how you can do digital art, how you can continue to work on, you know, all the skills that you learned in an art class, and be able to do it in an online fashion, and how teachers can adapt that. And then we have a science group, and they've already done a really great job of doing some research and trying to figure out which outside apps can help with things like virtual labs and things that can help when your students aren't necessarily in front of you, but can incorporate into Canvas. And so all the students in your class are getting the same instruction. And then Flipgrid is another one, another app that people like. And then we have a group that's working strictly on inclusion. Once we get everything built and Canvas is built, how are we including all of our learners, our students with special needs, our students that need accommodation, our students that, you know, might be language learners and maybe you're just going to see things in a different way. So we have a couple of teachers that are specialized in those areas that are going to help teach all teachers how to make sure that Canvas is including all learners. And then we have Nate and Amanda, and then another teacher from the high school, Ms. Lee, is working on the math aspect of it. They're going to be able to do a training for math teachers on the things that you can do in a digital learning platform, specifically within Canvas. And then social science, and that's where we're really going to focus also on including our social justice standards, how we can build around really incorporating that into what we teach our students and have those real discussions that we know we want to focus on next year. So to sort of wrap up what I've been talking about, what our plan is, I started by telling you about the Growing with Canvas course. And that has already gotten, you know, some staff members are frustrated because it's beginning, it's new, it takes longer than they thought it would, or, you know, it's just something that isn't necessarily working so well for them right at the moment. So we're going to reach out to them. Committee members are trying to reach out, do Zooms with them to sort of get them through it. But we are offering, once they complete that Growing with Canvas course, they get 1 hour of paid training. And then from there, we also are including up to 10 hours of paid training for those options that I've mentioned to you. And these options are right here in summary, the live trainings that we will have for TCUSD by Canvas. So of that first group, everybody has 4 hours available to them. There's 2 different courses. Live webinars that they can choose from. So we'll put parameters on that, on you know, how they choose those and what they want to do. And then we can pay them for that because it is a monitored time where I can see how much time they spend in the class. And then self-paced video courses are options for them. And again, they can do those. The second and third bullet, they can do it anytime, not just during summer. And then we as a staff, our committee will be doing staff supported trainings. And those will also, besides the 8 groups that I told you about, we're talking about having small groups when we can come back and keep everybody 6 feet apart. Maybe we have a group of 10 people that just want that hands-on. They're a little bit nervous. They need somebody to help walk them through it. Then we can bring them in. Committee members will work with them, help them get through the Going Through Canvas course, help them with the building of their course and elements such as that. So that is our plan. And this is all going to go out to staff tomorrow so that they can sign up for trainings. We are very booked through July, so there'll be lots of opportunities in July. We'll sort of look mid-July what we think we want to include for August, and then we'll get that out to them by mid-July so that they know what to plan for in August.
Okay, are there any questions or comments?
Yeah, I have some questions. So for the 10 hours, is that going to be anywhere from $100,000 to $200,000 in terms of the non-instructional rate?
Yeah, it'll be under the $200,000. Not all the teachers want the 10 hours. In the survey that we did, there were a handful of teachers that said they were only interested in fewer hours, 5 hours, or they just weren't interested in regardless if it was, you know, paid training or not, they wanted their summer and they wouldn't be available. But in looking at that and counting it out, we're well under budget. I wanted to make sure we're still under budget because, you know, we don't know what we're headed into. We know that building curriculum might need some time. We know that we're over budget with our committee. When the committee was first budgeted, we were going to have 12 people. We have 20 people. We were only going to do 10 hours for the committee. They've already used that up. We're going to do more committee hours. So between what I know Marianne had presented on for the committee amount and then what for training, we're well under budget with this plan. But it does give us room to be able to see what our other needs are.
Can we tap into any of the emergency funds such as FEMA or anything like that, that we could get reimbursement later?
That's a great question. That I don't know about.
Okay. My other question is, this is a great investment in our staff and teachers particularly. We do have inclusion aides who support the teachers. Are there any plans to maybe provide some training to our classified employees who provide some sort of instructional support to teachers, and also any training for parents and students? So then when we start this, when, you know, if we have to do distance education or a hybrid model at the start of the school year, then students will be up and running immediately, as opposed to having teachers be the ones training the parents and the students.
Absolutely. Those topics have already come up. One of our committee members did a really great job of just laying out what students will need and how we can, you know, plan for that. I do think depending on grade level, some students are going to need more support than others. We will put out videos. We'll have videos where people can just do the basic, you know, this is how you log in, here's your login. And so before school, we hope that everybody can have that very basic understanding of this is what it looks like, this is where I go, this is how I sign in. Teachers will have to do some instruction because it is their classroom. So they're going to have to tell them where they put this and where you go here, and they're going to have to give them a little instruction. In my experience, the students, they're going to pick it up pretty quickly, but we do definitely we all have parent trainings. I've already spoken to our community liaisons at the district level to make sure that they're understanding and that they know the product, and we want to be able to bring our parents in, offer videos, and all of that. As far as our classified staff goes, there is a plan to train in August as well. We want to make sure that we're getting our media techs, our IRCs, and then all of our instructional aid support so that they're able to help students log in, so that they're able to understand what it looks like. They can help direct students and parents as that comes up as well.
And, you know, just I think over a month ago, we passed a board policy about distance education that talks about the district being responsible for providing the equipment that teachers are going to need.
Yeah.
Looking at a hardware component in terms of this deployment of Canvas, where teachers might need, you know, not only the tech support, but hardware, technology devices at their disposal.
Absolutely. We're certainly looking at student devices, right? That's been a focus of ours, but we do need to take a look at that. I know the high school was able to replenish and upgrade some. So we do need to look at where teachers are and what they need. We have had, with this COVID, we have had a few teachers that needed to come in and trade out a device because their device died. So we do need to look at that. I think that's an area that we need to really focus on and see what our needs are. I agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or comments?
I think you've got a great plan. Thank you to the team and you for working to do this.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. A lot of thought went into that one also, so looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our discussion action items. This number 22, receive board policies for first reading. And we have board policy 0415 on equity, board policy 4112.61, 4212.61, and 4312.61. Those are all employment references. And the last one is board policy 5137 on positive school climate. So could we get a report on that, please?
Donna, I'll start with the board policy on equity. It's a brand new one. It's board policy 0415. It is a brand new one from CSBA. It outlines philosophy, goals, objectives, and comprehensive plans to make sure we're offering equity and access to all students. Basically, the premise is the governing board believes that the that the diversity that exists among the district's community of students, staff, parents and guardians, and community members is integral to the district's vision, mission, and goals. We are committed to addressing the needs of the most marginalized learners, and it requires recognition of the inherent value of diversity and acknowledgement that educational excellence requires commitment to equity and the opportunities provided to students and the resulting outcomes. That is the overarching theme. It basically outlines a plan to make sure when we're adopting programs, policies, anything, that we routinely assess student needs based on data disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic and cultural backgrounds in order to enable an equity-focused policy, planning, and resource development decisions. We make sure we analyze all expenditures and allocate financial and human resources in a manner that supports equity and access for all students. Number 3, we enable and encourage students to enroll, participate, and complete curricular and extracurricular courses, which include advanced college preparation programs and other student activities. We make sure on number 4, we build a positive school climate that promotes student engagement, safety, and academic and other supports for students. We are responsible and adopt curriculum and instruction materials that accurately reflect the diversity among student groups. Number 6, we provide and collaborate with local agencies and community groups to ensure the availability of necessary support services for students in need. Number 7, we promote the employment and retention of a diverse staff that reflect the student demographics of the community. Number 8, we provide district staff with ongoing research-based professional learning and professional development on culturally responsive instructional practice. And last but not least, we conduct program evaluations that focus on equity and address the academic outcomes and performance of all students and on all indicators of achievement. So it basically commits it's a new board policy for us, but it outlines what we need to do in terms of promoting equity and access across the district.
So I think I just want to tag onto that because this policy is something that is probably near and dear to all of us, not only myself. And so I think from the very beginning of our partnership, my joining the district and the board that has assembled, I think this has been a guiding primer into how do we create access, how do we keep top programs, how do we make sure that all students are included, and that all students have the opportunities that they really want throughout the district, and how do we provide those resources. So just to give some background into just the things that we have done already in alignment with this board policy, in year 1, we really looked at our whole entire learning continuum. We did it as an entire administrative staff. We looked at what are the needs from our learners who struggle and they need those foundational skills. They need life skills. They need skills that hopefully transcend through their entire lifetimes and help them gain access not only through our K-12 environment, but also through their adult environment. And we looked at the programs that we currently had that were assisting those students, and we kept asking ourselves, like, how can we do that better? Which way can we do that better? How are we not serving those students? In some cases, those students were out in programs that were isolated from their peers. And the question then became, well, how do we include them to greater lengths and greater levels? And even though we went through that largely in the beginnings with the presentations on special education, and it really involved into the general education sector all the way up through our advanced students, and how are we meeting and addressing the students' needs of our most advanced students, and how are we continuing to give them access to the levels of curriculum that they need to challenge themselves to the next best levels. And so the framework that we developed, that learning, that academic learning continuum, really is a framework to address all areas of students, where they are, what they need, and what they need to be successful. So that was really year 1. And year 2, it really has shifted up to become now with that continuum in place, like how do we address the interventions that need to be put in place, the support staff, the support structures that need to be put in place, the access points that really target the students' needs. And as Nate Slaymaker made mention, it's really that focus on getting students to master a concept so that they can confidently go forward. And how do we put those structures in place, and where do we look at the courses that we offer so that our students can be successful and feel success, because success breeds success. And then we transition that over to the social emotional side, and knowing that we highly value our counseling and our psychologists counseling staff and psychologists who support students. But in talking with those groups, is where are there gaps? Where do we need to plug in those gaps? And then moving towards the development of a different licensed counselor who is more able to handle a higher risk student, or a student with more pressing social and emotional concerns that need to be addressed, but they need to be addressed in a way that they maintain access to our curriculum, and they maintain access in our school systems with our peers, with our teachers, because we know that schools are so vitally important to the social and emotional health of kids. And so we do have a unique opportunity now going into year 2 and definitely beyond, to include training for what is that social justice incorporation look like in our classrooms? How do we look at areas that we have not intentional exclusion, but we have areas where students are unintentionally excluded, or we have areas where it's not as inviting as it should be, could be, would be. We hope it should be, hope it will be. And so that is the work that we're doing with our administrative staff through the summer, through training, and then into the next year with our both our classified and certificated staff on implicit bias, and looking at those areas where just seeing the world from someone else's perspective lends sometimes the biggest gift in the realities that either intended or not kind of can surface. So I think that this is one of those things where we do have great opportunity. I know that our union leadership and our staff are completely behind this effort, and likewise from the board, I think that you have an inherent interest in making sure that we create the educational setting that we want our students to participate in, and then be voices for out there in our community, but then beyond, when they go out into the world after they leave our K-12 doors. So anyway, I just wanted to add that on, just to kind of give you a snapshot of where we've been and where we're going, and why this policy is so very important.
Thank you very much. Okay, can I get a motion to receive the board policies for first reading?
I make the motion.
Okay, motion by member Nolenberg. Is there a second?
I'll second, but I have a question also.
Yeah, we'll have questions.
Oh,
Okay, now we'll have questions and comments.
I noted that the 3 policies on employment references are all being deleted. Does that mean we're not addressing that issue going forward at all, or is there yet another policy that I'm not aware of?
Can I answer? Donna, I can go through the other board policies that are up for first reading. You want me to do that first?
Sure.
Okay, so BP 411.61 relates to 4212.61 and 4312.61. CSBA has deleted those from board policies, or encouraged that one, because it's cumbersome. If you read, and pretty much anyone can write a letter of recommendation in support of a district employee, but it's an old law from 2000, or an old board policy from 2001 that is no longer applicable. And it says the superintendent or designee shall process all requests for references, letters of recommendation, or information about the reasons of separation regarding all district employees other than himself or herself. All letters of recommendation to be issued on behalf of the district for current or former employees must be approved by the superintendent or designee. Labor law and civil code and codes of regulations pretty much you need to be honest in your recommendations, candor and honesty. However, to write a letter of recommendation is in your own personal preview, so it doesn't have to be managed by the superintendent. I mean, anyone could ask for advice regarding a letter of recommendation, but it's no longer applicable anymore. And then the last one is a brand new one. Kim, I know you'll probably want to piggyback on me on this one. It's a board policy. It's just updated language on positive school climate. If you take a look at your document, the crossed out language is what we currently have in our board policy, and it has been updated with the CSBA language. The last time this was adopted was in 2001. So there has been, as you know, more movement towards social and emotional welfare, which is updated in the language. So, which is, we take our counselors, our support staff, our admin, and our teachers and clerical staff. We all are very focused on making sure we provide a nurturing social environment, but this outlines this. So the governing board decides to enhance student learning by providing an orderly, caring, and nurturing educational and social environment in which all students can feel safe and take pride in their school and their achievements. The student environment should be characterized by positive interpersonal relationships among students and between staff. So there's a much more focus on nurturing, on relationships, as well as safety. It encourages all staff to serve as role models for students by demonstrating positive professional and respect toward each student and other staff members. Teachers shall use effective classroom management techniques based on clear expectations for student behavior. Staff shall consistently enforce board policies and regulations which establish rules for appropriate student conduct, including prohibitions against bullying, cyberbullying, harassment of students, hazing, other violence or threats of violence against students and staff, and drug, alcohol, and tobacco use. District's curriculum shall include age-appropriate character education. The superintendent or designee may develop other strategies to enhance students' feelings of connectedness with school, such as campus beautification projects, graffiti removal, more extracurricular activities. Students shall have opportunities to voice their concerns about school policies and practices and to take shared responsibilities for solving problems that affect their school. Schools shall also promote nonviolent conflict resolution techniques in order to encourage attitudes and behaviors that fosters harmonious relations. It includes a clause on staff will receive professional development to improve classroom management, conflict resolution techniques, and communication strategies with students and parents of diverse backgrounds. So as you can see, we're doing a bigger shift to social and emotional welfare and making sure we're providing a nurturing and safe environment for all students and staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there other questions or comments?
I have a question, general question. Do any of these new policies require us to hire teachers that say reflect the community itself?
Yes, in the first one, as part of equity and access, it encourages, it doesn't require, but it encourages districts to hire a diverse staff that reflects the school community.
So we're going to have to hire Asians almost 60% of the time, right?
Ken, you know what? I think specifically we have different student groups, and I keep we do look at staff demographics. Our staff demographics are reflective of our student demographics, and as we look for new teachers, especially in the next few weeks, we always look at their skill level, their knowledge, and of course we take a look at their second, if they speak a second language, the diversity training they have. We look at the whole package because we do want to hire the best teachers possible, but we do want to make sure we are serving the needs of our students.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there other questions or comments? I was wondering, how can we make people aware of this new equity policy that we're adopting? Because I know that a lot of the community is very interested in this. Is there a way, maybe it can be on the website, a link to it, or I don't know if there's any suggestions?
Actually, there's new requirements for Title IX and publishing our equity policies online, which we will be working on with our new website. I will also be working with executive cabinet and administrators on the new Title IX training that addresses diversity training. And all of that we will post and communicate out. I think Hannah has done a really good job of working with the sites on PBIS and working on classroom management strategies that promote diversity in the classroom. And we offer so many extracurricular activities, as Richard Lohman and Michael Kidd have brought forth, that embrace students' chance to celebrate their lives and what they experience, and share what, just in terms of their family backgrounds. So we have done such a great job at Temple City with giving kids a chance to celebrate who they are. And I think we will continue doing so.
And just to tag onto that, so every board policy that goes through the first and second reading, we do put a guide sheet together, so it is passed out to our administrators so that they know the action items that are required within the board policies. And then we have, between Marie and Vera, they annually put it on a cycle where every summer we kind of update those and then send them back out at the start of the new school year. On the new website, I built out a page specifically for educational equity.
Oh, great.
And so we are listing links to CSBA has put out a lot of great resources. So we've included links to CSBA, also from the CDE, and from other agencies that have good resources, videos, articles, that kind of thing, on educational equity, plus our stance. So one of the comments that Donna, you read out from the board's perspective, that's included on that site, just so that people understand kind of where we're all aligned to with regard to educational equity. And then, like Monica said, the new Title IX, we both went through the training on the new Title IX regulations last week through AALRR, and then all of that is included. And we are right now going through the new requirements for Title IX and making sure that we're compliant with those. So that is on both Monica and my docket last week and then this week, and putting those provisions in place. So that's also located on that educational equity page. And then as more resources and information comes, we will keep it on that page. And it's right underneath the board's page.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Any other last comments or questions? Okay, we'll go ahead with the vote. This is to receive for first reading. Nicole, do you have a preferential vote?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
And Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Next is item 23, adopt resolution 19/2025 regarding the 2020-21 budget adoption for Temple City Unified School District. Someone like to make a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Member Smith,
I'll second it.
second by Member Nolenberg. Is there any questions, comments? This is just the resolution. Okay, Nicole, do you have a preferential vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Now on to the meat. Approve the 2020-2023 district budget. And Marianne, are you going to give us a little overview of this?
I am. Give me one.
Even though it's all outdated now, before we even adopt it?
Since last Thursday.
Yeah.
Nothing
It's,
like planning and then replanning and then
Mhm.
replanning.
Yeah.
Okay, so as everyone is very aware, there will be changes to this budget. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to review the budget with the May revise information, which is what we're talking about tonight and what we are hopefully approving tonight. And then I'm going to go back to a couple slides and I'm going to talk to you about what the effects would be if the changes that they're talking about would go through. So this slide is just going through generally the source of our revenues, what the LCAP is, and what we consider when we're putting a budget together. So for revenues, the local controlled funding formula is our primary funding source, and that's state related. We have title programs 1, 2, 3, 4 that is federal money. We have a small amount of other state revenue and some local revenue. And these revenues are used for certificate and classified salaries and benefits, instructional materials, curriculum adoption, services, maintenance and operations, and this year, most especially, and next year, significant COVID expenses. The LCAP is a plan of how the district is going to spend or use these revenue sources. And Monica will be bringing something back to you. I think it's been moved to December, and then that'll be connected back to the budget. So some of the things we consider when we're putting the budget together is we have an obligation to provide a balanced budget. It's based on the May revise, and priority, of course, is given to student and site needs, LCAP priorities, maintaining our facilities, statutory benefits, deferrals, deficit factors, future technology purchase, or curriculum adoptions. So the guidelines for this year in particular are that an adopted budget needs to be done by June 30 of every year, and no later than 5 days after that adoption, or by July 1st, whichever comes first. It has to be filed with the county superintendent at LACO. The staffing ratios are maintained to comply with any board or bargaining unit agreements. And this shows the cost of living and the deficit factor as of May revised for the 3 years. Deferred maintenance based on the current expenses and May revised material will be about $1.8 million in 2021 and 21-22, and then will be about $1.9 million. There's currently statute requiring us to put 3% of total expenses aside for deferred maintenance. Currently, our reserves do allow for the 3% state minimum and the additional per board policy. Based on May revise information, we would not meet the 3% and 2%, pardon me, for the 2 out years. Also included in the budget is a reserve to OPEB, the unfunded liability. It's $250,000 in each year. There's an accounting entry made at the end of the year, pardon me, that transfers the actual $250,000 into a separate fund. So it's not $500,000, $750,000, and $1 million. It's $250,000 each year, but we have to build the reserve until the actual cash transfer. STRS and PERS have been reduced a bit, about 1%. They talk about it being 2%, and that is based on the information from last year. But this change is based on what they gave us at the January revise. That's why it's a little less than the 2% that you might be anticipating. So here's some challenges we have. In a normal year, we base our budget on multiple estimates, prior year revenue and expenses, comparing data, ending fund balances are estimated based on our experience and what we have booked so far. This year, of course, as everyone knows, we closed mid-March, and it made a very large difference to some of our expenses. We spent about $1.3 million on COVID that we wouldn't normally be spending as of last week. So it's a little bit, it's a little different basis than it has been in previous years. Again, the state budget was not finalized or approved at the May revise, which all of this is based on. They seem to be sticking to the ADA of a hold harmless on the P2 data from this year. Some of the challenges we have specifically with COVID is we're comparing very unusual activity during school closures. The state economy has been severely impacted, and they're still struggling with the final budget, but I think we're going to have good news in a couple of days. So here I'd like to just compare for you what the per student based on grade level change is. So if you start left to right, it starts with the base grant in 1920, and then there's an augmentation and then there's a COLA, and then about middle of your screen, you've got the 2021 amount per student based on their grade span. And then at the very last column, based again on May revise, is the amount that would be for 2021. So now I'd like to walk through our budget for our estimated actuals for 1920, projected 2021, and then what the out two years look like. So the LCFF revenue, when we're comparing 1920 to 2021, is about $4,340,000 less than it would have been in the prior year. Oh, and let me add one more piece. Normally, when LACO is looking at your budget, they are very focused on 2021, and they're focused on 21, 22, 22, 23. 40 of the 80 districts in LA County are going to have, they're unable to meet their obligations in 2021. So right now, LACO is very focused on what we're looking like for 2021. They're not paying quite as much attention to the 2 out years. So it's a little bit different. Their review is slightly different, and I'm sure that will change once the new budget comes through as well. Federal revenue, we're down about $558,000, and that's because they're telling us to use a 20% projected reduction in federal. The federal government will really not tell us what our reduction is until about November. So we'll be 3 or 4 months into the year before they really tell us how much they're going to be taking back. In our other state revenue, there's a reduction of about $235,000, a little bit more than that. And that's related to the projected 20% reduction in unrestricted and restricted lottery. We don't have firm numbers on that. In 2008, 2009, when the housing crash happened, they actually took 50% back. What we're budgeting right now at a 20% level. And other local revenue is primarily, related to the decrease in facility use. And then when we come down to expenses, we're looking at a little bit of a decrease in our projection based on retirees that may or may not have to have their positions filled. And then when we come down to books and supplies, we're looking at a reduction based on the reduction in revenue that we'll be receiving. Donation and gift accounts are down. There was a $257,000 carryover that will not likely exist this year. CTE grants are down about $266,000 for next year. And there's also a reduction of $248,000. We had some one-time money for some California sums, the low performance student block, sport 2, and college readiness from prior years. So those are the main items there. When we come to other operating expense, we're decreasing $12,000. We got an increase in professional development for new education of teachers. That's a little bit up for us. And we have a bit of an increase in consulting services. And that's related to the project Hannah's working with you closely on with Canvas. And that's for the new software and also for the training that's involved there. This part is primarily the training. Let's see, in repairs and rentals, we have a reduction of about $247,000, and that's primarily because we had quite a bit of carryover in facility use last year that we're expecting to have spent in the next year. So this slide is just a picture for you to show where our revenue is coming from. And as we talked about 85% of our revenue is coming from LCFF, which is why it's so critical and affects us so hard with those reductions that came through in the May revise. And this is showing our expenditures where all of the money together in Fund 1 is spent. And you can see the majority is going to salaries for certificate classified and benefits. So this is the detail of our reserve, and you'll remember that the reserve is basically the difference between the revenue that comes in and the expenses that go out. So if we spend less than we bring in a year, our reserve builds. And right now we're deficit spending, so we're pulling money from the reserve in this year. And until we run through our new numbers, we will be also in the out 2 years.
But we have other funds besides Fund 1. And so these are the summary of the budgets for those funds. Adult Ed is Fund 11. And the $2,000 is primarily interest on their fund balance. We don't have any adult ed money coming in at the moment, but we're hoping that that will change. And then the information below that is showing you the expenses related to the salaries, books and supplies. And at the end of next year, we should still have a reserve balance of about $7,000, and that's with no additional revenue coming in. ELP is Fund 12 for our before and after school care, and the 854 is based on expected revenue and then the associated expenses related to that. Fund 13 is our cafeteria food services plan. This is the base, what we know now for federal revenue and state revenue, and our sales as the other local revenue and the associated salaries and primarily food expenses. We're still waiting for some good definitive information out of the feds of what their plans are. We had significant expenses during our closure feeding because it wasn't just to students that are in our program. Whether you were free and reduced or a paying customer, paying student, you still got your lunch, and they haven't quite finalized exactly how we will be made whole, or if we will be made whole for that situation. And then Fund 14 is deferred maintenance. The revenue for them is based on that 3% transfer from the general fund, Fund 1. The last few funds are OPEB, which is Fund 20. The $20,000 you see in local revenue is interest based on the balance in that account. The 250 is the annual transfer. At the bottom, you'll see the reserve that we've built so far for our unfunded liability is almost 2.4. Fund 21 is the bond. There's no additional issuances happening this year, and we don't have any planned expenditures at this time. So that's showing the balance of the $2,073,000. We are expecting money to come in from the state matching, but it hasn't arrived quite at our doors yet. There's a chance there will be a delay in that funding coming in because of the current budget issues with the state, but we are still guaranteed that money. It's just not quite sure when it's going to come in. Fund 25 is developer fees. So when someone does a development project in the city, there are fees that are due to the school district. And we have a balance right now of $2,057,000. We will be able to use these funds for a couple of new programs that we're talking about. Should the board approve those, we will be able to reach into that money for that. And the last one is bond interest. And the interest is calculated by the county and provided to us each year end. And then that interest will be transferred over into the bond fund ultimately. Last slides are just the historical ADA for you. We have it from 2010-11 through 1920 based on ADA. This one is the district summary. And then there's a slide for each of the elementary sites, the secondary schools. And then this is for the learning center. This is all programs, not just the alternative ed program. So everybody that's helped independent study and the other programs that are there.
Why the big drop in enrollment from 17-18 to 18-19? Do you know? Or
For
88,
the Learning Center?
Oh, that's the Learning Center?
This slide in particular is the Learning Center.
No, I'm sorry. 2 slides back where you were showing historical ADA.
This one?
Yeah, and the trend isn't good to begin with, but then if you look at the 2 and 3 years out, there was a big drop there from 5697 to 5512. Do we know why?
There has been. Our ADA against enrollment stays nice and strong at about 97.4. The enrollment has been dropping off, and we can definitely do a little bit more digging on that and bring something back to you.
Well, I don't want you spending time. I just wondered if you knew off the top of your head. It's okay.
I can add to that just really quick. Just as we've looked at enrollment, part of it, we did see a big shift in families moving out of the area because of the expense. So that was in digging and looking. Part of it sometimes we can designate towards, you know, not having certain programs. So when we look at why people are asking for releases or leaving our district, it's sometimes to go to other districts for certain programs, but the bulk of it have really been people moving out of the area because they just can't afford it anymore. Those are some of the comments that when I looked at, because I tried to figure out this too, what is it connected to a certain program? Is it something we're missing? Where is it? And it really looked like most of what we could gather was people actually moving out of the area.
Okay, thank you.
So now I'd like to go backwards for just a minute and talk about this same spreadsheet. Should the changes in the budget come through? And I'll just give you a couple highlight items. So let's look at 2021 and let's look at LCFF. If we would go back to last year's funding, instead of 48.5, we'd be at 52.3. And then when you come down to the net change in funds near the bottom, which is the difference between revenue and expenditures, rather than being negative 5 million, 5.1, we would be negative 1.4. So the difference is quite significant. If we go to 21-22, we would go from revenue of 48.5 up to revenue of 52.3. And our deficit, rather than being 6.6, would be 2.8. And then the final year, revenue would be 52.4, and the deficit spending would be 5.4 versus 9.1. And part of the resolution that came before and that was approved is LACO asking the board and staff at the district office to put together a pretty detailed plan of how we would make reductions, and that would be included in the first interim. The first interim is due to this county in mid-December, so we would need to have a fairly detailed plan put together and reviewed with, of course, all the bargaining units, all the stakeholders, and with the board by the middle of November or late October. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would someone like to make a motion and a second to approve the budget?
A motion.
Motion by member Espinosa. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by member Nolenberg. Okay, are there any questions or discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Nicole's a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so the motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to item number 25, which is approve the contract with LPA Incorporated to prepare a facilities master plan for the district. And Marianne, did you want to say anything about that?
First, thank you very much for the time that we spent interviewing the three firms. I do want to mention that one thing that's different about this contract compared to other contracts in school districts is that when you're having a professional service, you are not required to take the lowest bid from the most responsible company. We narrowed down to BCA, LPA, and SVA for the board to meet. After checking many references on these firms and checking the depth and breadth of their staff, we recommend LPA. LPA's done quite a bit of work in the current bond project, so they're very familiar with the district, the projects, and the sites. BCA and SVA outsource quite a bit of their work. LPA has all the staff within their firm, so that's my recommendation and why I'm recommending them to the board.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the contract with LPA?
I'll move
Okay,
to approve.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by member Nolenberg, second.
I'll second.
Second by member Smith. All right, are there any questions or discussion?
LPH still did a mod to the high school. A second one, I don't think we haven't approved a final configuration for the high school yet, have we?
Mr. Nolenberg, are you talking about the past bond project or are you talking about for the master plan?
for the master plan. We have a
no,
master plan. We paid LPH $25,000 to do a secondary master plan, didn't we? But we never approved it, I don't think.
They have not created a master plan. The last master plan was done by, oh my gosh, his name's Gavin. I can't think of his last name. I'm sorry. And he passed away. But this is what this agenda report is about, is to hire them to do a master plan. It will consider all the projects that have been done during modernization.
Okay.
And then there will be many meetings with stakeholders to find out the community's desire and the board's desire for future projects in line with the available funding.
Okay, thank you.
Marianne, do you have any idea why BCA came in considerably lower than LPA or SVA, what they might not have included?
We reviewed theirs very carefully to make sure. That's one of our checks we do with bids, is making sure that all the pieces that we ask for are included in the bid. So it appears that they included everything. When I spoke to some references, that lower amount concerned me based on other people's experience.
Yeah.
Marianne, why is the fiscal impact more than the proposal amount?
It should not be. I think that's a clerical error. I will correct that. But 168 is the amount in their bid.
Okay, so
let me check that. Let me see which one has the error. Let me pull their bid.
Okay.
I think that's a clerical error.
I saw that too.
Thank you. My apologies.
Are there any other questions or comments while she's looking that up?
I need to go pull their bid, so I don't know if you want to pause on this one and go to your next item.
Okay, so why don't we table this for a few minutes? We'll move on to item number 26, which is approve the COVID-19 report to the TCUSD community. And is there
Donna,
any information about this?
Donna, this is the second read. This is the one that we went over in terms of what services we provided to our students and families during the COVID shutdown. There was, we had to outline how we delivered high quality distance learning opportunities to our students, how we provided school meals, and how we are going to deal with the supervision of students possibly during summer and for the fall. So it's basically just a document that we did all of those items and we submit it with the budget, with Marianne's budget to LACO by July 1st.
Okay, so there's no changes from what you presented at the last meeting?
There are none.
Okay. All right, would someone like to make a motion to approve this?
I'll motion.
Okay,
I'll
motion by member Espinosa, second by member Nolenberg. Is there any questions or discussions? Okay, Nicole?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion carries 5-0. Next is item 27, approve the classified study. And is there anything else you want to tell us about this, Monica?
I do have a quick PowerPoint that I would like to go through. I'm going to share up my screen, just one sec. Does everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so good evening again. I just want to do a brief overview of the classified study as we close. We hired CPS HR consulting firm in November, roughly 8 months ago, to conduct the classified study of 64 classified management and unrepresented positions So we covered around 270 classified employees. The purpose of the study was to review the current classification structure, provide appropriate classification recommendations, prepare any new classification recommendations, ensure that all positions are appropriately allocated within the new proposed classification structure. What we wanted to do this, first of all, it's a requirement of the Personnel Commission to do this process every 3 years. Fortunately, in the last 10 years, we haven't done a complete study, so we're trying to catch up with a little bit of lost time. But it's very important to do these studies because it maximizes the recruitment and retention efforts by providing a career ladder, ensure classified specifications are current, making sure my positions are properly titled and grouped into job families, ensure individual employees are properly classified, that we have the right minimum qualifications and characteristics. And as I said, again, so we have a sound classification structure that will provide clear levels and career ladders. We went through an intensive employee orientation, data collection, data analysis. We went through a revision process, and we try to keep all stakeholders involved along the 8-month process. The outcomes of the study, short but sweet, we had 76 classifications due to retitles and additions into some of the class series from the original 64. If you take a look at this slide, I know there's a great deal on this slide, but basically we updated our title changes to reflect, just current language. Most of our positions had not been touched since 2001. So we were kind of a little out to date on our titles. So if you take a look, I know you can read through this, but accounting clerk 1 has been moved to accounting assistant 1. And we go through, I know people are very possessive of their titles, but everyone was very appreciative of updating their titles. I could not move forward office queen, but office manager we could. So I do appreciate some of the creativity on some of the titles, but our new titles are reflective of current language and current codes. We reclassified some positions, account clerk 2 to accounting assistant 2 and district registrar, because we had people acting in the role of a district registrar, but we needed to fix the title. We separated the account clerk 3 payroll to 1 for certificated and 1 for classified, based on survey of employees and recommendations. We have cleaned up our instructional aid career ladder. So we have regular instructional aides that are now known as paraprofessionals. And then we now have 2 new classifications, one for special education, and then a higher level for the more intensive special education instructional aid. We have designated just a general secretary position to student activity secretary at the high school. We have now with special education, education office manager. And then we have over here, you can see the new classifications. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 105. And the newest one being noon aid. Noon aid used to be a sub-temporary position. They will now join CSEA 105 as permanent employees. For 823, we had less titles to deal with overall, but we did update those. Just cleaned up language. We divided out utility 2 to actually address what they were doing on the job based on the survey data from the employees and the study by the CPS. We reclassed some positions, utility 2 to utility worker 2, grounds maintenance worker, delivery driver, warehouse worker. And then technology support specialist was broken out into technology support specialist and networks as system specialist, because we needed someone to specifically deal with networks. For unrepresented, that means that they do not belong to 823 or 105. It's usually a supervisory role or a confidential role. We have supervisor of custodial grounds, which is range 38. That's the salary range. The supervisor of grounds, which is also range 38, and the executive assistant 2 position, which is range 37. Our next steps. The blue is what has been completed. The black is what we need to do. We had the first reading with the Personnel Commission on 6/16/2020. I'm sure they appreciated the FedEx of the 500 pages of job descriptions, but they were great sports and they read through them and made comments. They approved the classified study on 6/22. The memos of understanding, I have to thank Effie and her crew with CSCA 823 and 105. The MOUs are basically just outline the title changes and the new reclassifications. I just need to get final approval from executive cabinet and send those back over. Tonight, hopefully we get a board approval. Then we need to communicate to all our stakeholders regarding the changes. I know they know the general changes, but to really go over each one. I will work with both unions to be filling any position caused by the reclassification process and the creation of new classifications. And then we will debrief with all stakeholders and identify areas of success and needed improvement, because we have to repeat this every 3 years. Now, we do not have to hire a firm every 3 years per se, but it's because we had such a long gap over a decade that they kind of helped us catch up. So I know I went through that pretty fast. I do want to thank all classified employees and CSCA union leadership, the personnel department, executive cabinet, site administrators, directors, and supervisors, the classified study advisory team, and of course the personnel commission. You know, whether they were tired of my emails or my job descriptions, they really put forth a great effort to make this a success for us and hopefully make the process much easier in 3 years. Any questions?
This is Melissa, just more of a comment. This was a major undertaking to do a classified study of this depth. And so, you know, I think it's great work. It sounds like a great collaboration, and the comments from our classified union representatives, and you know, a great job for everybody involved.
Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve the classified study?
I will.
Motion by member Espinosa, second.
Smith?
Second by member Smith. Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, Nicole?
Yes.
Nicole's a yes. Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
And member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay, is Mary Ann back yet, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just to clarify, I pulled the bid and their fee proposal is $168,500.
Okay. All right. So that'll be the amount that we're approving then.
Yes.
Okay. So any last questions or comments? We're going back to the approval of the contract with LPA. Is there any last questions or comments on that?
I'll make a comment, I guess. I'm just wrestling with the fact there were 7 bids. 4 of them are pretty tightly grouped around $78,000, and 2 are over double that, $170,000, and then there's one in the middle, $111,000. I just wonder what LPA and SVA are including that most of the rest aren't. If there's really, I don't know. I'm wrestling with the big difference in the money. I guess that's my problem, huh?
It might be that, and this is just a speculation on my part, but it might be the fact that it's a lot less expensive to call upon outsourced folks than in-house folks. I don't know. That might be one factor.
Yeah,
Okay, whatever.
I don't know. I like she mentioned these professional services. The reason we don't have to go at the lowest bidder is because they can vary
Yeah.
so much. So we just have to go with our gut instinct, who we thought was the best. And I actually thought LPA did the best presentation when we interviewed them. So, okay, any other questions or comments? All right, so we'll take the vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Smith?
I'm a reluctant yes.
Okay, we only take yeses or nos or abstains. Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm a yes. And Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item 28. I just wanted to point out we only have 7 minutes left. So do we want to make a motion to extend the meeting so that we make sure we finish the entire agenda?
Yeah, I move that we extend the meeting another 30 minutes.
Okay, so motion by Member Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Member Lynn. Okay. Nicole, you want to vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, she's a yes. All right, Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
I'm a yes, and Member Nolenberg.
Yes.
Okay, item 28 is to receive board policies for second reading and approve. We had, what was there, 6 of them that we went over at the last meeting: the COVID mitigation plan, the lactation accommodations, the certification, probationary and permanent status, employee compensation, and dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action. Monica, is there anything new you need to tell us about these?
No, they were just, obviously the COVID mitigation plan is what we're working on now, and that was new, but the rest of them, I believe, were all just updates of legal language and CSBA language.
I did have a couple questions, but I'm sure we probably have to make a motion first, right?
Yeah, let's make a motion in a second, and then you can ask your questions. Someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Member Nolenberg. Is there a second?
Second by Lynn.
Second by Member Lynn. Okay, Melissa.
Which one?
So on the first one, the COVID-19 mitigation plan, in reading page, starts on page 4 and it goes to page 5 about the grading.
Yes.
It talks about, the chance to improve your grade or go with a pass and no pass, but I thought that we did not have that option in the fall. Is that not right? This has to do with no hold harmless, right?
Right, and it gives us, and Hannah, but this one gives us 3 options for grading, which are included but are not limited to. So what the CSBA language gives us is 3 options, and we have to decide which ones. So it's not, we just have to work within those guidelines.
We'll have to also get feedback from the universities. They haven't committed to fall grades, so that's obviously going to guide us as well. If the universities are going to accept credit, no credit, then that would be up for discussion. But if they're not going to declare on that, then that wouldn't be something we'd want to adopt.
So Alyssa, what's good about this is it gives us options. It's not mandated anything.
Okay, great. And then the other question I had was on page 6 regarding social distancing. It talks about different social distancing scenarios, but I wondered about the use of locker rooms. It was not mentioned in the language, which I think is the area where, we probably have the most, germs flying around.
So in the Department of Health, they do mention and specify areas of certain programs where you're going to have to increase your social distance area. So locker rooms, monitors for lockers, locker rooms, locker room attendants, to make sure that students are 6 feet apart and that they're adhering to those guidelines, like using every other locker. There's a lot of those types of things in the Department of Health order that we will be anticipating getting either this week or next week. That's part of the things that we'll be talking about on Monday. And then also like vocal music, where you're expelling your voice forward, obviously with force. So you would have to extend the social distancing to a 10-foot, 10-foot to 12-foot kind of area. Or it was suggested 8 to 10 foot. I don't know where they're going to decide on the final ruling on that, but you're going to have to extend that 6-foot social distancing space in certain situations. So that will come out in more specifically in the Department of Public Health guidelines rather than the board policy.
Okay, thank you.
If it helps out, lockers are mentioned on number 2 on the first page. It's kind of lost in the language because there's so much, but it does mention lockers, and it does mention physical education on the next page. So they made it broad, and of course they use to the extent reasonably possible. So when the orders come out, you know, we won't have to run to change these.
I see. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll take a vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
And Member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, item 29 is to approve the school counselor designated instructional services. And can we get some information about this, please?
Basically, we are proposing a school counselor to really concentrate on the social and emotional welfare of our students, to move to do small groups of individual counseling for behavioral and social emotional challenges that they face. It will be a 50-50 split between the special ed and general ed. So all students can have access to the DIS counselor. So we have identified a need through our counseling staff and through our LCAP survey that we need more social and emotional support. So we are proposing this job description and to fly in the next few weeks to fill.
So I just want to add in and clarify that this isn't a new position. We do have DIS counselors that we do use for our special education student population, and then our really high risk student population on the gen ed side. It's normally an outsourced, position that or an outsourced resource that we use as needed as students have those social emotional needs that we need to address, either temporarily or in some cases a little bit long term. The thought here is just having somebody on the campus using the same amount of resources that we would in the outsourced situation, having them on campus, having them build relationships with the students, and having the students feel comfortable seeing a name, seeing a face, just makes students much more welcomed and much more open to, seeking help, seeking assistance when they do need it, and or reaching out. In some cases, being a counselor myself, when you have students transition from a healthcare worker to another healthcare worker, they stop talking. And the more transitions you have, the least amount of communication and talking and reaching out for assistance that they actually do. So having somebody using the same amount of resources, having somebody on campus who can be a name, a face, and be a comfortable person could increase our ability to actually work with the students who have those elevated social emotional needs. This is not to negate all of the work that our current school academic counselors do. They do a phenomenal job. Some of them have licensure that doesn't allow them to meet the higher level needs that some of these students are presenting with. So we don't want to put them in a position where they would be really functioning outside of their licensure. And we want to make sure that we have the correct person working with those students of that level of need. on the campus. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not necessarily a new position, something that we haven't done in the past. We haven't had that person in-house before. And the funding does come from our Ma Billing fund, which has to be used on the health and welfare aspect of our student population. Anyway, it's restricted to that. You can't use it in any other domain. So.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion, please?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by member Lynn.
I'll second
I'll
it.
second.
Second by member Nolenberg. Okay, are there any questions or discussion?
I have
Yes.
a question. Kim, I may be wrong, but what you just said kind of rattled my brain a little bit. I recall we, for a long time, used the services of a consultant. It was the name of a firm. It was a female name. I don't remember what it was. And the reason we kept on using that consultant is because we couldn't find anybody qualified to take this. Am I right? And do we think
Yes.
it changed?
No, you were, and the higher licensure of individuals, they normally go into private practice. They're not necessarily in the school systems. I think with the later trends in the past 4 years, you've seen a higher rise of student social emotional needs. So you're seeing those MFTs, that licensure of an MFT come into the school setting and actually work either as a outsourced resource for our students, special education students or general education students. And now you're actually in the last couple of years being able to hire them directly into the school systems. And so I think that they are a great resource if you can get them. We are going to definitely try to fly this position to try to pull a person into our school system. I think anytime you can have a person on campus where kids can see, interact, or just in passing, you know, become familiar with staff, it's just that much easier to make that intervention. So if we can get somebody, great. We'll definitely try this route. We've talked to Ellen and Kyla on the union side, and they're in support of trying to capture such a person. If not, we would continue the outsourced route.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that motion carries 5-0. Item 30 is approved band director and choir director job descriptions.
Okay, Donna, before you have the updated job descriptions for choir and band. As all of you know, we haven't hired a choir or band teacher for a long time. So Hannah and her team, they updated the job descriptions with the appropriate credentialing and responsibilities, which you have before you. We are hoping that these job descriptions are approved because we would like to fly as quickly as possible. If you take a look at the instrumental music teacher, that is the one that covers the orchestra, band, and jazz band, 9th through 12th grade. Appropriate California single subject music credential, CLAD or EL authorization is required in the state of California. NCLB compliance, prepared to implement the national California standards. And then the list of job responsibilities, obviously teach skills in instrumental music, music appreciation, music theory, and music history. Possess the knowledge of upper, high school, and lower collegiate string techniques. Composition of artistry, coordination with marching band, ability to conduct the marching band and the concert band and jazz band. Of course, does a balanced music program so that the kids make sure they balance their academic time with rehearsal and their music instruction. Possess and utilize the ability to select and or arrange music appropriate to our students' level and age. Is able to include supports for our English language learners. Is able to evaluate students' musical growth and performance. Make sure they're updated on current trends for frameworks for music. Actively participate in co-curricular programs And obviously they need to realize it's a lot of hours of practice, rehearsal, and supervision at school weekends and over the summer. So basically that covers the instrumental music. The other one is the choral director, which is listed as the itinerant music teacher because he or she will travel between sites. Again, it lists the qualifications, which are pretty much the same, but then the responsibilities reflect those of the band, but are specific to choral music, which basically reflect the California standards for and study skills for high school and middle school students, and elementary for this one. We're talking 4th through 12th grade.
Okay, great.
Hours.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I would like to make the motion.
Motion by member Lynn.
I'll second.
Second by member Espinosa. All right, are there any questions or comments?
Just a general question. Do these two jobs require that they volunteer with the city to use the park as they have in the past?
Ken, I'm sure they will work with their site principals and district staff and Mary Ann, especially during COVID, shared facilities, that's, halt right now. But I'm sure that person will work with the district office and their sites to determine what areas and what space they need to conduct practice.
Okay.
And just kind of a verification really quick that these also were updated with feedback from the people that held these jobs as well, right? I mean, I think I read that somewhere. Is that right?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I was gonna as a comment, just thank first for the instrumental part and the band director's job that the guys, Phil Bailey, Jack Taylor, Kyle Smith, they worked really hard to take what was in existence. And as Monica said, we haven't filled this position in quite a while. And they took great care in making sure that it was accurate for what we would want to be putting out there, so that we would be honest with whoever is taking the job, but also so that we could be getting the highest level of candidate that we need for our program. So they took a lot of time and effort into it. We've talked to them. We're all on the same page. We're very excited for that position as well. I promised them that we would get it to you guys and get it out there right away. And then for choir, there was literally nothing for choir, choral. There was nothing because Mr. Byers has had the position for so long. So he was awesome to just join in, and he wrote a very detailed description. We did have to take out just a few specifics of it just because it doesn't necessarily pertain to the job description, but more to the job assignment. And so that'll be always negotiated based on what the position is each year. But he did a great job of really giving us information about, what that role entails. So we were excited to be able to have that.
Thank you, Hannah. I didn't want to forget anyone's name.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I am a yes, and member Nolenberg.
Yes.
Okay, next is the consent calendar, and these are routine items approved by one motion and one vote unless a member of the board or audience requests that any item be reviewed and voted upon separately.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we approve items 31, 32, 33, and 35.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by member Smith, second by member Espinosa. Okay. Are there any questions or comments about these items? All right, we'll take a vote. Member Espinosa?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You want to ask Nicole?
Well, Nicole, do you want to vote on this one? I hadn't told her that she would vote on it ahead of time, but if she wants to, she can.
Okay.
Okay, that's a yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
And member Smith?
Yes.
Okay. So now we need to vote on item number 34. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
Motion by member Espinosa. Is there a second?
Second by Lynn.
Second by member Lynn. Okay, is there questions or comments about this one? Member Smith, did you have a reason for separating it out?
Yeah, I'm going to abstain. I'm going to vote differently. than
Oh,
the
okay,
rest.
okay, all righty. Okay, then we'll go ahead and take a vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Okay. Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
And member Smith, you're abstaining?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Item 37 is board comments. Are there any more board comments? Okay, how about item 38, future agenda items? Are there any future agenda items? All right, we'll move on to item 39, which is additional public comment on agendized and non-agendized items. Is there any public comment?
No, there were no more.
Okay, then we'll move on to adjournment. It is 10:13. Someone like to make a motion?
So moved.
Motion by member Smith, a second?
Melissa.
Melissa, second by member Espinosa, and we are adjourning to Monday, June 29th at 6 p.m., where we will be discussing health department requirements for the reopening of schools. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Did you say yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
And member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. Bye,
Thank you.
everybody. See you on
Thank
Monday.
you. Good night.
Good night.
Andy, thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, Marie.
You're welcome.